Good morning, good morning. We are about to start our program. I'm just going to ask for everyone to please settle down. Everyone that is outside, please come inside. And let's settle down. Thank you so much for joining us today. Good morning. Just a few house rules. I'm just going to ask for you to please put your phone on silent, just so that we don't have any disturbances during the conference. Okay. So it is really a privilege to have every single person here today. Today marks the start and the launch of the Consumer Financial Education Program. So thank you so much for joining us today, everyone. So as you all know, we are partnered with the IDC today, and firstly, I just want to extend our thank you to them. They will be joining us online today, and we really want to thank them for believing in the vision that we have at MyDough and for being a part of the journey with regards to the impact that we create in communities as well. Their support honestly goes far beyond just the resources that they provide, but it's an endorsement of our commitment to build communities in our country. I also just want to give a warm thank you to the MyDough team. Thank you so much for helping us today. I know that a lot of you have put in a lot of hours into this launch today, so thank you so much for joining us. And to each and every person, who's been committed to sending us through all the documents that we've needed, thank you so much for being, very easy for us to work with. I think when you joined, if you haven't sent us any of your documents, Kulu is right outside. You can sign your documents, read through it, and just give it to her, please, before you leave today. So this program really matters to us because it's meant to help us navigate money, without fear and without confusion or shame. I don't know about you guys, but growing up from a black, underprivileged community, I think talking about money has always been a bit of a shameful topic for some of us, or a little bit of a challenging conversation. I still find it very difficult to try and speak to my mom or even my friends, really, about money. Don't know about everyone else here. So that's what today is about. We're going to have these conversations. I really want to encourage each and every single person to please be engaging, engage with the speaker, engage with each other. I know that we are in a conference setting, but the goal of today is, yes, of course, for you to leave this room having learned something, but it's also about the networks that we make as well. Remember that each and every single person that is in this room is a business owner, and you never know, who you could meet. You never know what connections you can make. So that's why we've got these name tags as well. Please talk to each other. Engage, ask questions, let's have fun today. It's meant to be educational, but also, I really would like each and every single one to enjoy today. So thank you for joining us. So to just kick us off, I am going to invite Pimelo. So Pimelo is our Senior Program Manager at MyDough. She's just going to talk a little bit about the program, and why this matters today. Could you join us, please, Pemi?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really lovely to have you here today. You guys look beautiful. You are dressed for the occasion, and we are so happy to have you here. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about MyDough and then speak a little bit about the program. But I'm not going to talk a lot because today is really for you to get the benefit of the day. So I'm really looking forward to you guys starting your first session. But a little bit about MyDough and why we do the work that we do. At MyDough, we are an entrepreneurial support organization. Our job from 8 a.m. in the morning till 5 o'clock in the evening is to find ways to support entrepreneurs. And we do that wholly and completely with a lot of passion because our business was founded by entrepreneurs who also are very passionate about growing entrepreneurship and realizing that it's the SMEs It's the small to medium businesses that are carrying our economy, that will create the jobs that are required, that will give the skills shared that corporates often can't do. So we are not just passionate about building entrepreneurship, but we know the importance that SMEs play in this economy. And that's why we treat each business with so much respect. And our framework, our sustainability framework, is geared around how to build a sustainable business. We look at things like your revenue. Are you able to pay yourself a salary as a founder? We look at things like your books. Are you compliant? Are you able to apply for the big jobs? Or are there regulatory issues that you should be looking into? Your processes, do you have the right systems in place to make working efficient, right? And also we look at, the longevity. Do you have a plan outside of yourself or your business? Or are you the business? And if you fall sick, like you can hear, are you in trouble? Those are very important things to think about, but also things to address, because it's not good enough to know. You must also do, right? So that's what we do. We help you think about these things, but also implement the right strategies and solutions to address them so that you can build a sustainable business and you can also see your vision come to life. This program, like Tiamo mentioned, is about understanding your relationship with money and how it's affecting your business. Once we get that right, then we can look at the compliance, then we can look at, how you handle your money, how you handle your cash flow, how you're budgeting, what are the kinds of regulatory certificates you should have in your industry. But it all starts with an understanding about how do you deal with money. Do you deal with money from a scarcity mindset? Are you hoard everything and barely be able to execute? Or are you spend everything? Because I have it now, Let me spend it now while it's still here. All of these things track down to something. And it's important for us to know what it is so we can act. So that really is the purpose of this day. And the program, I hope that you will engage, you will take it on honestly. And I know that sometimes, you don't want to show air your dirty laundry. But in this program, it is a safe space for you to speak to the experts and your facilitators that will be here, because their job is to help you get a better understanding of how you can improve your business. So please come in open so you can leave full and rich with knowledge. And that is all for me. Thank you so much for being here, and welcome once again.
Thank you so much, Pemi. I think that was a very good definition of what this program is and what it's meant to be. And I think it set a very lovely tone for the day. So today we have a guest speaker, Mr. Edward Banda, very well acclaimed in the finance world. So I'm just going to introduce our MD, Tabelo Rapala, and she is just going to do a little introduction on who our speaker is today. And once Tabelo has finished, I'm going to ask Edward to please join us on stage as well. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies. How are you? I see the force behind our economy in front of me. That's who you are. And welcome to everyone that's joining us online. I think everyone is forgetting that we've got a lot of people online that are joining us that couldn't make it in person. So welcome, and you are literally part of the conversation. So we know who's online, so we'll be picking up on you as well for comments and everything. So thank you so much for making time. I think mine is quite short. I think Pemi put this program quite well. It's really about education and getting the financial knowledge and information that we need to make better decisions in our personal lives, in our businesses, right? And I was actually having a conversation yesterday about women in business, saying, you know, when we run businesses or when we want to go into business, we think about a lot that I think men don't necessarily think about. You know, we think about, okay, fine, in this business, there's my mother-in-law, if you're married, then the school fees, then there's a car. So Edward needs to help us solve these things, to say, how do we think about all of these things while we're running our business? So we've got a lot more responsibility, right? But sometimes we cross wires and things are not going the right way and we're all over the place. So I think today's conversation, ladies, is really for us to unpack these things. The conversation that we're going to have with Edward is for us to ask questions and seek advice on how we can run our personal lives and also our business life, right? And not get things that are not supposed to go into the business, go there, and we don't get a funding successful because there's transactions there, it's like euro, you know. So I will just introduce Edward, as quite accomplished, by the way. So I'll just read his bio so that everyone knows who is going to be hosting us for this conversation as we start off the program. So Edward Banda, CFP, is an accomplished financial planner and the director of Capital Wealth Council, an independent financial planning firm based in Johannesburg, South Africa, with over 16 years' experience in the financial services industry. Edward has built a reputation for offering sound, client-centered financial advice across investment management, estate planning, tax optimization, retirement planning, and insurance solutions. His approach emphasizes long-term wealth creation and financial security for individuals, families, and small businesses. Edward began his career in the corporate sector, holding sales and advisory roles at leading institutions such as Ducati South Africa, Discovery, Clientele Life, and Ken Wealth Management. His passion for empowering clients through financial literacy and strategic planning led him to establish Capital Wealth Council in 2017. The firm operates independently, ensuring clients receive unbiased, tailored advice that aligns with their unique life goals and financial circumstances. A graduate of the University of KZN, Edward holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science and Statistics, which gives him a data-driven edge in financial forecasting and planning. As a certified financial planner, he remains committed to upholding the highest ethical standards in the profession. Edward is also a dedicated advocate for financial education, often speaking at workshops and community events to help South Africans build sustainable wealth and financial resilience. So we've got the right person in the room, ladies. You know, one of the things that we don't do as entrepreneurs is think about you exiting the business or what I would call retirement, right? We don't think about those things. And I think I would want us to have that conversation today. You know, I think the bio speaks for itself. Estate planning, you know, retirement, and all those things. What are you thinking about when you think about your business? Do you want to sell it one day? Do you want to have it, your kids take over? What? How is your retirement plan as an entrepreneur? I think the corporate world, the employees are great at this, but we, for some reason, don't think about it, right? So today's conversations, ladies, are about that. I think Tiamo said, let's converse, let's not be shameful or be shy to talk about these things, because it's in this room where you will be safe and you find the answers you need. And post this, from this line of conversation, Edward is here to support us and many other solutions that we have at MyDough. So welcome, ladies. Edward, thank you for giving us your time and your expertise this morning. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Myself. Is this one? Can you hear me? It's much better. Okay. I'm actually scared listening to the CV. For a moment, I didn't know it was me that she was talking about. Because sometimes in life, I mean, we all start somewhere, we all start somewhere, and you take steps every day, you grow. If you're pushing harder, you forgot what you did 20 years ago. So I'm equally humbled myself at my own achievement. All right. Today, I think you guys have got quite a number of modules that are upcoming, and I was invited to speak on psychosocial influences that impact our spending behavior. And I'm grateful to the MyDough team for giving me the opportunity to speak to, like Tabelo said, the future leaders of the country, right? I mean, sooner or later, we'll see you on a bigger platform, and I'll be like, but I sat next to her. Why didn't I not get her number? You know what I mean? Or I'll be tendering in your business, and it won't be, a backside entry. So, yeah, essentially, like Tiamo did say in the beginning, that we all need to be free. Let's engage. I think I'm not here to really preach. I'm not familiar with how the preaching goes. Usually when I engage with our clients, it's always a two-way conversation. I need to get information from you in order for me to help you. And if I'm going to be speaking alone, then it's definitely going to be a very boring day. And the guys online, am I looking into that camera? When okay. Welcome everybody. I hope you will be able to participate and comment with us, and maybe engage, and maybe over time in the course of the presentation, there is a few areas of conversation that will need input from you guys to try and make sure that you are fully participating, and maybe you have the opportunity to also network or get your voice be heard by the people that are sitting in the room. Psychology, social influences impacting spending behavior and mental well-being. Sounds like a very, very long topic, but we're going to break it down. So for today, we intend to cover, ideally, about pretty much 10 aspects of psychology and social behavior. We're going to kick off with maybe factors influencing financial decisions, money scripting and conditioning, money and identity, and maybe we'll take a break after talking to family and friends about money. We'll just see how time flows. And out of these conversations, you will notice that in my presentation, there isn't too much literature. It's just bullet points for us to engage. The first being factors influencing financial decisions. If I may ask the audience, maybe the guys online, welcome, because we can't see your faces, so maybe you should speak first. How many people do we have online that have joined us? About 15, okay. If I may, maybe just get a taker from the online audience. Whom amongst you has made a significant financial decisions, or maybe bought something maybe in the last few months or a few weeks or even a month? Are you able to see who's speaking, who's put their hand up, or how do we get them involved? Or they don't have a microphone to speak?
No. So they're just joining us, and whenever you ask questions...
So they're spectators. Oh, my God. So
we'll ask them to comment, and then we'll bring to their comments.
Okay. So for now, then, let's get someone from the floor. Who has bought anything significant or made a financial decision of significant value? It doesn't have to be a huge spend. Is there anyone, any takers that recently made a purchase or a decision? No significant financial decision. Yeah?
Hi, I bought a sewing machine.
Just introduce yourself and the business you do, so at least the guys that don't get to speak to you can know who you are and where you're from.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Naledi Letwaba. I'm a founder of Nale Beaut. I sell hair extensions and wigs. And I recently purchased a sewing machine to help me in making wigs instead of outsourcing that part of my business.
All right. I mean, that's very significant. I mean, if you're going to invest in your business, already you taking greed out of your, you're basically taking food from your own table and putting into this vehicle that you hope one day is going to become your bank, right, or your source of revenue. And these financial decisions, sometimes when we do take them, we make mistakes. Maybe Naledi's idea of buying the sewing machine might be a waste of capital, but she knows, she's got the belief that that's the right thing that she needs in her business. And you'd find that sometimes some of these factors, they are influenced by what we see, what our friends are doing. Because you could also decide to go buy a sewing machine and start making hair out of what you heard from Naledi without having a full plan, a foolproof plan on how you're actually going to turn a profit by investing into that particular equipment. And it's always important that we always think about these decisions that we make, because sometimes you'd commit to an idea or an investment, a decision without thinking it through. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. Anybody else maybe that wants to share who made a significant financial decision? Where's the microphone? It's okay. Can we have the mic back here? Let's just go back. Or you can use this one for now.
Hello, everybody. My name is Musa. Hi, everybody. My name is Musa. I'm the founder and director of Cheza Shangoni Holdings. So in my learning journey, I realized that branding was everything. So yes, I had a product. The product was going because I got to understand that first and foremost, I have to push sales, and then the other expenses will follow. So that happened. And now that I had a product with no brand, I decided to buy a branding printing machine, because what stands out from other people at MyDough, or from those women who are selling, let's say marula on the streets there, they all have the same bottles, but you can't distinguish them. So I decided to make my business a distinguishable business. Thank you.
That's amazing. Just before you speak, I mean, already you can tell that sometimes you also need to be unique, right? I mean, we've all heard that the most successful entrepreneurs are the ones that are innovative. You got to find a solution that is not out there in the market. And I think that's what I learned from her. I mean, the one factor that could have influenced her decision to do what she did is to try and be unique and create a brand that does not exist out there. So there's so many, many ideas. And the reason why I'm asking you guys to speak about it is there's a concept about, you know, I can't remember the exact words, but we all encouraged to speak to ourselves in the mirror. Look at the girl in the mirror, look at the guy in the mirror, and tell yourself, you know what, I'm who I am, I want to be, and I'm going to do this and this and that. So if you're very shy and you can't express yourself, maybe after this, when you get home, lock that bathroom door and maybe speak to yourself. But ideally, it's better if you speak to us, because maybe somebody might have an idea for your idea, or maybe they'll execute it better than you and will still have a growing, successful business. Is that scary? Trademarking. People steal ideas. But you gotta be confident about your own ideas. Yeah, I mean, I'm confident that if I've got a client and I've got a competitor or a colleague in the business that does what I do, if the client does not believe in my advice, I'll refer them to somebody else in the industry. If he does better, good. We're all growing together. If he fails, that client is going to come back to me, and that's a 10-0. Because the referral business I'm going to get by doing the right thing, it's unimaginable. So do not be afraid to share your ideas. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nomonde Nteta, and I'm the owner of the Branch Box Bakery. The significant decision of my financial significant decision was that I have a profile. So what profile does is it fastens the rising of praise and stuff. So it broke down. The element somehow busted, and somehow the production was lowered. So I got the electrician to fix it, but a month later, that thing stopped working. So instead of getting another electrician, because in my area, there's that thing that electricians, when they see you as a woman, they overcharge you. So I manipulated it somehow. But I didn't have peace. So for quite sometimes I would, and then say, please work until a certain time that I have money, until I was able to get somebody who I know who is an electrician, and then he was able to help me.
Beautiful, beautiful. So sometimes it's not about the money, right? You can also use your charm. You can. It does work. Obviously, correct in the right way. But you do. I mean, personally for me, I'm in a client-facing type of business, and grooming is very important. I think it's part of a charm. At least if I can't buy new clothes, I just need to make sure that I've bathed before the house. And I'm not the other guy in front of me with, unpleasant odors and so forth. So it does work, and that could be part of the business brand. If you're going to present yourself to appear like $1 million when you enter the room, then it's eventually going to work for you. Are we going to win with this mic, or should I just... Okay, can we continue with the mic maybe, or no? Okay. Yeah, so is there any takers? Anybody that wants to tell us a story about their charm?
Hi, everybody. My name is Nothando Mkwanazi. Yes, and I am a musician, composer, and music educator. Yes, my business is, I'm having the same problem.
Yeah,
sure. The sound.
Are they working on the sound? Oh, okay.
Okay, so the name of my business is True Sparks Production. My company is facing a transition right now. My company is facing a transition right now. Somebody help me. MyDough, help my company.
Oh,
wow. All right, so after COVID, before COVID, I was a music. And then after COVID, I had to move with my family. So then I was in the church, and now my company is facing a transition. It has to now transition into an NPO, where I have to train now for free in church. So that is the factor that is influencing my financial decision right now, is that I'm now assisting in the church and assisting for free. So my question is this now: how do I? I don't know. I'm so confused. Whether do I transition into an NPO now or still continue? Because also I transitioned from the style of music. Before I was teaching, training training jazz music at UNISA. So now I'm in church. It's gospel, and I feel this is where I need to be. I feel peace. I feel led by the Spirit. Be in the church now. So my question is that how do I transition? How do I make it? Do I fit? How do I live?
All right. Yeah. So very valid. I mean, she's doing pro bono work, and you'd probably find yourself in the type of work you do that from time to time there will be a call for you to actually give back to the community, do some free stuff. And over time, once you've gotten started, you'll probably realize that you need to turn this free pro bono service into some income generation, because, I mean, the thank you is not going to put food on the table, right? Yeah. And I think there's a section that, so let's just park that question. Just remind me. We're going to talk about how to talk to family, and how do you guys talk to family about money. And within that, I think we and ways in which you can try and make that legitimate. As much as it's pro bono work, maybe we need to have contracts in place to say, yes, I'm going to teach you how to do this for free, but content that I'm gathering from here, I'm going to take it to Unilever, and we're going to make an advert, and I'm going to get paid. And I'm the fruit proprietor because I've invested my time to empower you. What I do with that knowledge becomes mine, right? I mean, that's what the story about Starlink and their data centers, why it's been a challenge for Elon Musk's business to start in South Africa, besides the BEE stuff, where they want to provide internet to the whole country at a very minimal cost. But what are they getting out of that? Prices, but there's data that they're busy mining, which they're going to use to come and sell us stuff, or whatever they do with it. I don't know what they're going to do with it, but there's definitely value from that. Or you can turn that into, without charging them. You just need to know where to take the data. Yeah. So maybe let's just jump on to the next. How far is this? Slide. How should I get closer? Sorry, guys. It looks like we're having a technical. Oh, can you just move to the next slide for me? Yeah. Manuscripts and conditioning. Ideally, I've just put a few examples just for us to start a conversation. But what is manuscripts? A deeply ingrained, often unconscious belief and behavior about money that influence financial decisions. They are typically shaped experiences, cultural influences, and family dynamics. Understanding these manuscripts can help individuals improve their financial well-being and break free from limiting beliefs. There's so much jargon. Hence, I thought, let me add an example. You know, a lot of you maybe might relate to the 3 examples on there. From childhood, people are conditioned to think about money in certain ways based on family values, societal messages, or personal experiences. These manuscripts are subconscious beliefs about money that guide our behavior. Is that true? Or it's just clever people putting together some psychological jargon? It's true? How so? Yeah, you had your hand up earlier. I thought I heard your. Why do you think that is true?
Good morning, everyone. I am Kulufelo. I own a cleaning services company, manufacturing detergents. So I think that is true because from a childhood, we are taught on the value or on how to spend money. There are certain things that in a family they would say, if you buy that certain thing, you are wasting money. And that gets fine-tuned to say there are certain things that though you want, you cannot buy because you are wasting money. There's a certain life that you'd want to live, but if you were to live it, you are wasting money. Yeah. Thank you.
Well put, well put. And another example, someone raised in a family where money was scarce might develop a scarcity mindset, leading them to hoard money and avoid spending even when it's necessary or beneficial. We see this every day, right? I mean, I can relate because when I was growing up, obviously money was scarce in our household as well. And when I made a little bit of money, or if I go out to restaurants and I order this plate and it's so big and I'm full, I'm not going to leave that plate. I'm not a doggy bag kind of person, so I'm forced to finish. Because if I leave it, it's going to go in the dustbin and I feel, you know what a waste of money. You know? There's just so many examples that if you sit alone in a corner and you reflect back on other people, how they behave when it comes to expenditure versus your behavior, you can relate. You can relate. What other valid examples can we think of around scarcity mindset? It's high time the guys online send us some comments so we can read them out whilst she's speaking. Online guys, we need your comments, otherwise we're going to log you guys out. You need to comment. Are the comments appearing on the other screen? Are the responses? Let me have a look whilst you speak. You carry on.
Okay, with regards to the scarcity mindset rather, because I'm from the Soweto area, I have realized that people, especially people in my area, they are able to spend on clothes that do not necessarily look that well, expensive clothes, and alcohol. But they'll tell you that a weekend away that is about a 3.5 or so, it's a lot. They can't afford that. It's like initially, just at the beginning of everything in Genesis, they have already deemed themselves not deserving of good things. So I think that's this scarcity mindset. That's where I saw this scarcity mindset issue. So thank you. Bye.
We still need you here. No, the goodbye. Any that I've experienced a scarcity scenario and wish to avoid spending?
For me, it would be, I have a sister. So she's divorced and she's a worker, like she's a public servant. So what happened is that she moved back home and I advised her to buy a house instead of renting. She didn't listen. So first of all, you get a incentive from FLESP. It was 120,000. So the house that she got was about 500,000. So 500,000 minus that 120, I think it's 380,000. So from that, she also has an allowance from the department. You know, she said, okay, they approved my request and stuff. And quite after a few months, she changed the story. No, I can't buy a house, what. But where she stays now, she lives in the 2-room house. That is so small that she even had to leave some of her clothes at our home.
And that's sad. I mean, sometimes we also have made decisions where we actually failed to adhere to advice. I mean, I was telling one of the delegates a story about a particular client situation that I recently faced where we were doing financial modeling because the particular client was in so much debt and we needed to find a solution to get them out of debt. But ideally, majority of the money was going towards servicing debt. And when you do this type of consultation, it's a tool. We require they participate fully. And if they fail to participate, you'd find, sorry guys, I think there's I don't know, is this better over here? Closer? Over here? Is it perfect here? Okay, I'm gonna stay put here because I think it appears the wavelength keeps on dropping. But just back to my story, I mean to substantiate what she's saying and the advice she gave to her sister. It's again part of the psychology around money where you get the advice or you ask for the advice, but you feel your advice is better than the third party that's doing the bird's eye view advice. It could be a friend. It doesn't have to be a professional, right? And sometimes we are very arrogant and stubborn that, you know, I'm not going to do that. I would rather the advice follow my script. You understand? But if I don't know what you're thinking, how am I going to follow your script? Then you probably don't need me, right? Maybe just do your own thing. If you fail, then you must honor to it. So this, yeah, just to carry the story short, we're trying to get out of debt. 6 months later, somebody goes and takes another loan. I mean, so what must happen now? You understand? So it's, yes, you do. I think there's a mic around somewhere. Just after her.
All right, good morning, everyone. Just to make an example of scarcity mindset.
Your name and your business?
Sorry, apologies. No. My name is Tato Mputi, the founding director of Enabled Enlightenment. We are a social enterprise based in Soweto. So we started an ECD, right? And parents would come maybe with 2 children and they say, yeah, you know, because I'm coming with 2 children, can you give me half? Can I pay half? Ne? And the example I would make, the question I would ask rather would be, when you go to McDonald's and you buy a Happy Meal, do you buy 2 Happy Meals or do you buy one and then they give you the other one for free? And they would say, but it's not the same. And the same person who's asking for a discount, ne, or give me, okay, let's minus 50 rand here, is the same person who would be seen go jive, go groove. And they are the ones who are spending. And yet, it also just shows you that they would rather spend their money, they would rather waste their money instead of investing it in something that would give them a good return.
Yeah, that's equally true. There was another hand over there. I'll just comment.
Good morning. My name is Princess Matlong. I am the founder and managing director of To White Lifestyle brand, which provides makeup, clothing that I'm wearing, and other clothing customizations like fabric dye. So my 2 points regarding the topic we're talking about is that one of the contributing factors of me having come up with my brand is that I, as the lady said, that in our hood, especially Soweto, people are so hyped up and so fond of designer clothes that it is what they take pride in. So I was like, let me contribute positively to their fantasy or whatever you may call it, by contributing positively in terms of they bring in designer clothes which their color fade so quickly. Your expensive designer clothes, they bring the expensive designer clothes for me to renew them, to revive them, and to restore the color of those clothes. Like, okay, let me not name the brands, but that's what I do, and I contribute to reboosting their confidence, and also restoring that dignity. Okay, the ones that bring no names, but the ones who bring designer labels, I believe I'm contributing positively. So I don't know, is that scarcity mindset contributing to my business or what? Okay, all right. And secondly, what I personally do, I don't know then that will also then see whether it's a scarcity mindset or what. That what I do is that, okay, my business is scaling up and it's still on survival mode. So some of the things I then, as a single mother, as the lady said on the speakers, that we then be conscious of our spending and are considerate that we should then spread around whatever income that we have. So what I do, and I believe that I still would do as the business scale up, is that I, instead of going to the mall at different outlets, or maybe go to, I don't want to name the vegetable or fruit and veg businesses or whatever market business. I buy outside, I buy at local vendors. I even travel, like I go, I travel to vendors, I travel to standalone stalls to get items that I want. And I believe it's something that I would still do even as my business scales up, even as my income, scales up. So is that a scarcity mindset, or is that I'm conscious of my spending, and also is that I feel what other small businesses are feeling, that they also need, support. They need them to be also considered in the circulation of our incomes, of our, spending. So is that scarcity mindset going forth, or what? Thank you.
I wouldn't say that's scarcity, but I think the main problem, like she first alluded to, people asking discounts from small business owners. I think that's the one problem. So first, let me address her comments, because I've also experienced that when I started in my career, where, if I'm going to give you advice on your money, tax and wealth, and how you can take the money to the next level, you would find some clients would want me to show them my money first before they can listen to my advice. You understand? And it's similar to her. I mean, she's got a brilliant product that she's offering, and these people are not willing to pay the maximum price. But if that child was taken to maybe a Curo or St. John's, they will pay $6,000 a month for daycare. You understand? And what I've learned from those experiences, you need to have a value proposition in your business and stick to it. I mean, if that money walks away, it's R1 you never had. You wait for the next client. You understand? So these clients need to know, and even in your value proposition, just make sure that it's so clear that you stick to it and you say, this is what we're going to deliver for this amount. If you really want the business, you can still show the client that there are costs involved. There's people that we need to hire and pay rentals and all this for the business to stay afloat. And if you're not willing to support us at our price, unfortunately, we're also not willing to assist you with our services. From a money scarcity point of view, I think in my head, my thinking is you're looking for the best deal so you can maximize on profit. So you're looking for the smaller guys that are going to give you your material at a lower cost. Does not necessarily mean that you're holding money. There are people that make money and they don't want to spend the money. I would rather wear the same jacket I was wearing in Metric and not invest in a new jacket so I can present myself better and grow my brand as a human being or my business. So maybe you come to a point where you say, okay, how much am I spending in transport looking for the cheapest deal? And when you add the dots together, you realize you might as well just go to the bigger wholesaler. It's one cost transport. It limits, and maybe you're going to get one extra bag of whatever item you're looking for. But with budgeting, you'll be able to get these answers to say, okay, if I'm wasting the whole day moving from one retailer to the next, when I could have just spent 2 hours to just go to this particular retailer, or should I ask the other guys to meet me at one central point? Because you've got the power, right? They want your money. But it's these type of conversations that we need to be honest to ourselves about, and to understand that, money is never enough, and so you don't need to get all the money that's out there that's knocking on your door. But also, if you are looking for all the the money is around by visiting multiple clients or sourcing from cheaper suppliers, what is the net cost of actually you doing that exercise, including time? Because time is money, right? We hear all that. Yeah, I'm not sure if I addressed your the question, but ideally, I think I can sense that in the room, majority of us would relate to actually the MyDough example. Not sure if there's anyone who grew up in a lavish lifestyle where they've developed already a sense of entitlement to wealth and they're always overspending, or they have difficulty saving. Because I've heard people that, you know, they would say, spend the money, because if you don't, new money is not going to come. Is that a wealth, is that a lavish lifestyle, or what is it? What is that psychology around eat your man? If you don't eat it. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Adelia Ngubuga. I'm from a company called Adelia Creations Enterprise. We specialize in building construction and facilities management. I think that goes well with the saying, Guti, Sibusisi Sandless Pie, Gunesi Estatai. And there's a saying that says the richer keep getting richer and the poor keeps getting poorer. Because I think we have that mindset where if you grew up without an environment where there's money, you are very skeptical on spending money. And I think it also goes with comfort, because we like being comfortable. And we are afraid of taking risk where you need to spend that money or invest that money so that you can see returns from that investment. Thank you.
No. Great. Is there any takers? Anyone that want to share? Whilst we're waiting the mic to get to her, I mean, so just to answer, the richer get richer and the poor gets poorer. Sometimes also it's just a lack of information because, I mean, I've been in financial services almost 18 years now, but been working for over 20 years. And one fun fact, I was attending an event at Allen Gray, one of the investment managers in South Africa, very significant. And they presented stats about Capitec Bank. I'm sure in this room, majority of us might have that black card, right? Capitec listed on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange in 2002. So it's been about going for 23 years now. Allen Gray presented a scenario. I should have put a picture in the slides. But ideally, richer gets richer. If you had 1,000 Rand invested or you bought shares in Capitec in 2002 when they first listed on the JSE, Capitec has delivered a 46% return year on year or dividend to its investors that own that stock. And today, or as of last year when that data came out, the value of that 1,000 Rand with a 46% return on investment being reinvested, compounding, meaning interest on interest, it will be sitting at 2.2 million. If you take the same 1,000 Rand in 2002 and you put it in your bank account, in a savings account, 32-day, 7-day, call it whatever, and it's growing with inflation of 6%, the value today is about 3,300. So sometimes information is what maybe we lack. We don't know where to put our money. But even when we get the information, in 2002, who had the capacity in a low-income neighborhood to actually stash away 1,000 Rand and wait for 22 years? Because we need that 1,000 Rand to buy bread, you know. So, again, maybe we just, yeah, I don't know, but you get what I'm saying, guys. Yeah.
Morning, everyone. My name is Tobega Dlamini of Hukaiko. Hukaiko is a hospitality event staffing and training business. So I provide a service for events. If you need staff, we're the people to call. I just wanted to share that I think I'm a bit fortunate in a sense to say that I grew up in a balanced household where we weren't poor, but we weren't rich. We were in the middle. So I was staying in the township, but the nicer parts of the township. And then I went to a school that's government school, but multilingual, and you get to experience life outside of the township. So I think what essentially that did for me is have me create a balance of knowing that, yes, on payday you can have KFC or McDonald's, but you don't always have money to be buying fast food. But every once a month you go to Spur and you get a meal and you go home. So I think in my head that created, I really think it's about a balance thing, because I'm not a brand conscious person, but I appreciate quality of brands. And I will do my hair and my nails in the township, even though I no longer live in the township, because I'm also, like the other lady said, will support the smaller businesses and all of that. But there's a balance, I think. It's not extreme in the stashing and the starving myself that I won't experience things, but it's also not just to spend everything. I spend, but what am I spending? Am I investing so that when the money does eventually run out, because money will always run out, there's never enough, like you said, but have I done something that is going to be sustainable in the future? So I think it's about a balanced sort of mindset. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So just to sum it up, I mean, basically, I think what we can learn from this is that, yes, we may have grown up with a scarcity mindset or the lavish mindset. The psychology of money wants you to refocus. You know, you need to move with the times. So when you make a little bit of money, even if you were in the scarcity upbringing, you probably might want to change and maybe follow the splurging. Because with the splurge, sometimes if it's a correct splurge, it could actually take it to the next level. You understand? So do not hold and hold forever. You know, it's never money doesn't grow on trees. It needs to be planted. You must invest it. It needs to move. And if you believe that if you do not eat the money, new money is not going to come because the account is already full, then maybe eat your money. That's your own philosophy and psychology around money. But if it doesn't work and you continue eating your money and now you must come to us and borrow money, then you must hold the money. So we all will react differently. Our paths will move differently. I think the idea is for you to have an open mind, understanding on the actions that you take with that money. And if it works for you, then let it be. So Tiamo, we must break at 11, eh? Okay, so we're just running through 2 slides and then we'll take a little comfort break. Money and identity, and you notice that some of these topics around psychology, pretty much similar information, but put in a different manner. Obviously, I'm not a psychologist, so the therapy point of it is for us talking about it and relating to it so that we can maybe learn from it and hopefully improve our financial health moving forward. It says here, our relationship with money is deeply intertwined with our self-identity and how we see ourselves in relation to others. For some, money represents status or success, while for others, it may symbolize security, freedom, or even personal failure. So I suppose the personal failure part is when you lose money, you know, you feel like a loser. When you have money, you all smiles. You are online now. You are posting on WhatsApp story. When you disappear, we know, hey, Ziakal. Or I don't know, but these things do happen. I mean, for all of us. You might want to talk about it now in front of everybody or not, but the truth truth remains, somehow, somewhere, the bank balance can sometimes change your mood. It could be good mood or bad mood. For some people, when the bank balance is low, I'm going to get up at 5 and I'm going out to hustle. I need to replace that balance. For others, they go into depression and, you know, it's going to take a while to recover, and or you wait the next paycheck. But I suppose almost every one of us here is, you know, we're hustlers, right? If I was to use that word. Who gets freedom from seeing money in their bank account? And what type of freedom? You don't need your man anymore. Is that the type of freedom? No. Better freedom. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samgal Suamini Mkwebo, founder of Self Love Collection. So we manufacture and retail personal care and home products. And to answer your question, the kind of freedom that I experience when I see that money hits the account is access to do more. So investing in the business, whether that looks like getting software that's going to make things easier for me, especially with accounting, or just like paying for a subscription like Canva so that I can design posters for marketing. So when I see that money come in, I think access, like what can I do better so that I can see the returns. Yeah, thank you.
Brilliant. Any takers? There's freedom, there's security, there's even personal failure. The reverse. The failure, I suppose, is when there's no money. Or is having too much money failure as well?
Well, for me, it gives me peace. So for quite some time, I started running my business since 2017. But since then, I haven't hired people permanently because, seeing doesn't allow me to pay, to pay somebody a monthly salary. So, I've improved since March. So I started saying, making a post and for job applications. I didn't take those kids. Most of the CVs I got are millennials, and some of them don't take themselves seriously. Somebody would send you a CV with a certificate that is certified, and you get a certified paper and then go make a printout of it. So, so yes, the money in the bank that gives me that peace, because again, I've been a cancer patient for about 13 years. I had a brain tumor for about 13 years. So much when I don't have money, I stress too much, so it causes so much headaches. Yes.
So her situation is unique, right? Before we get the next speaker. She holds on to the money. She doesn't want the money to go out, right? And I think in one of your modules, you guys are going to speak about investments and saving and the importance of that and so forth. I suppose maybe there's a slide around risk management. How do you then protect your source of income if you are not able to actually do the work yourself? And that's part of growth. So I suppose maybe over time, maybe you learn one or two about, diversifying and handing it. Sometimes you build this brand and you don't want to let it go, right? Because you know that the next person is not going to do exactly like you do it, like the millennials that she's talking about. But again, that's another psychology on how we can invest, grow our money, grow our businesses, and move forward. But it comes at a risk that if they mess it up, then you start from scratch. Yeah, but that's a very important angle. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Prudence. I am the founder of Prudent Fashion Group. We offer high heels prudent sneakers, T-shirts, and sunglasses. So when I see that money hits the bank, first of all, I think of growth because my brand is all about, and it will never stop growing. I've recently just ordered new prudent handbags, so that will be launching very soon. So including that, I also consider my mental well-being because the business needs me to be in my right mind. I used to be very skeptical and just buying books or getaways and all of that. So we're thinking of that we forget about ourselves, and it also goes back to not having money when you're growing up. So when you need to spend for there's one time where I had to spend like 7,000 for a weekend getaway where it was a spiritual and well-being. But the scarcity of money, you'll always think twice. But why? Because you need to take care of that. So with money, I always make sure that I start with my well-being so that the business can grow.
Interesting. That's good stuff. Social comparison. People often compare their financial situations to others. This comparison can lead to feelings of inadequacy, jealousy, or unnecessary pressure to keep up with the Joneses. Social media has amplified this by showcasing idealized lifestyle, which can skew our perception of what's truly important. We all see the Joneses. When they get a new something, it's gonna go on social media, so we can see, right? And for me, I feel social media, it could be a negative influence, especially if I see a colleague of mine that is doing, maybe hosting golf days, and the instruction, because in our business we thrive more on networking, so we need to go out, we need to have dinners, we need to go play golf, we need to do this. You need to meet the right people, be in the right rooms. So if I see that on social media and I realize, no, I'm not doing enough. Maybe we need to host a lunch for our clients, and depending on the level where you are. So sometimes the Joneses would encourage you to actually do the right thing to try and make yourself better. I think the negative element is for you to compete with the lady that's in construction. Who says, maybe their business model, maybe I get 10 Rand for every consultation or deal that I do, and my money is going to take long to get to 100,000. Maybe the colleague there or former classmate who does construction will easily make $1 million, one project, 3-month stretch, and she goes and buys a Rari. And I drive my own little I-10, and I want to now go to the bank and borrow money so I can also get an Italian vehicle or whatever. It could be anything. You guys can relate. I think for me that's where there's so much misconception that actually skew our perception. But I've got different ideas on your personal experiences. Anyone who's tried to keep up with the job? It doesn't apply? You're all humble? You stay in your lane? I'm sounding like a pastor now, ne? I was like, we stay in our lane, amen. Okay, I guess. No takers? No. Okay, you're shy. The mirror, remember the mirror, ne? Yeah. When you get home, you go speak to the mirror and let's hear it out. Maybe when you take it out of your chest, you'll be able to calm down. You know what I mean? You say, all races, you can't finish the race at the same time. Yeah. Maybe you are building a business that takes long, but when it reaches a certain scale, the revenue is insane. You can sleep the whole day, wake up at 10, check your emails, go back to bed. And the money just keeps on rolling. You know? Yeah. And there are guys that need to grind every day to make that money. So no stress. But I know for sure there are Joneses in this house.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Valencia Sambo, founder of Daily Sambo Services. It's a plumbing business. So I have a question. Yes. I don't know if I keep up with the journeys because I've already posted that I'm here this morning. So I don't know. Does it count?
So someone is going to want to go to another event similar to yours so they can prove that what you're doing, they can also do. That's basically what it's yeah, they'll get crash at the next conference. So I think this is more realistic, like has been the other topics, talking to family and friends about money, the impact of social and cultural influences. Say culture plays a significant role in shaping how individuals view and interact with money. In some cultures, money is viewed as a symbol of success, or we've gone through this, while in others it may be seen as less important than family or community ties. So again, to get back to your comment, right? Remember, you're doing a lot of pro bono work with the church and all that. Maybe for you at this point in time, it's not about the money, but about the community, right? But your next building your brand. So it is about money. So you're using them to build your brand. She says they're using each other to build her brand. And them. But ideally, that's what it speaks to, because over time, when you do a lot of good work in the community, I think the support you're going to get if you're going to offer your services back to that community should be overwhelming, right? You get good support. You've seen where there's riots and they'll tell you, no, don't touch Itak Shopiaga Baba Bandane because he's a good man. Yeah, I always borrow sugar and salt from him when I don't have money and I pay him at the month, and you can burn the rest. You know what I mean? But there's so many scenarios that whether you're doing it for the immediate back, or is it you supporting your community, it's also a good business strategy, because you can use those communities as your punching bag to learn. If you're in a service industry, you can use these communities as what do you call it, like a pilot, where once you've done that service, you've got evidence to prove to your future paying clients that this is what you've done and it works. The lady that manufactures cleaning products, stuff like that. So sometimes it's not really about money, but maybe you will get to a point where you now just want the money, otherwise they must not call you. You understand? Or if they do call you, maybe but I think it makes sense. So I'm just going to read through all the 4 points and then we can chat, right? I mean, there's a lot, and I'm just cognizant of time that maybe we need to break at 11. Do you talk about money in your family? We need to talk about that. Very important. For me personally, when I was growing up, my parents never spoke to us about money. The only time I heard the word money is when I want something. Dad, I want soccer ball. They tell us we do not have money. When they've got money, we never hear about it. I don't know, maybe they discuss it in the bedroom. I don't know, but... So again, we need to change that narrative, because when kids and our kids are growing up, they need to know what money is. What's your view in your family in terms of lending money to each other? Very important. It happens every day. It's getting worse now. They're even making songs about borrowing money, right? Bolekin 5,000. You know that song, right? I've heard a song about borrowing money. Yeah, do you subscribe to black tax? Should we have a contract when borrowing money to friends and family? Because they never give it back, right? And on that contract, because your aunt, your Rahad will tell you, Emuna, you know when you were a kid, I used to wash your nappies, because there were no diapers then, and carry on my back when your mom is at work for the whole day. I need 1 thou for electricity or data. I think we've got a lot to speak about this, guys. I really need you to pull through. This is the psychology of black people's money. And there was silence. Who's the first? Yeah, who wants to go first? There.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Letty Baloyi, the founder at Hides Cleaning Solutions. We offer cleaning service. So I will talk about this last bulletin. Should we have a contract when borrowing money to friends and family? Then I will say yes. Because recently I've just signed a contract with one of the biggest property management here in Joburg to clean their 5 high-rise building in Johannesburg. Thank you. So we needed to buy more cleaning chemicals and cleaning equipment. So I approached a friend. Then he borrowed me some money. Then I'm the one who decided that we should have a contract. And he agreed. And we did sign the contract. So I think, yeah, that's the best way.
Yes, we do talk about money in my family. We talk about money with my partner, but especially with my kids as well. They now know when they see me packaging boxes and they are the ones counting boxes and how much are we getting. They'll be like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, we're getting 10. But now another thing is when the money comes, they know they need to save some of the money because there's days where it's quiet. And my older daughter will be like, no, I have some in my piggy bank when we need bread. But I'll make as if, yes, there is no money at all, just to see if they can use their money for, whatever that is needed. So talking about money, they know that you work for the money. You don't just ask for money. And when you work, because they're now also wanting to be part of the business. So when we package, they will package and ask. They recently requested that I must do prudent shoes for kids. But now they get the idea of growing, knowing how to make money. And which is what we didn't get. We just know you go to school and you work. With the black tax, with me, it's a little bit different. I feel entitled to do for my family. They don't ask. Doing for my dad, my mom recently passed on, but my dad is one person that has been very supportive. When you do business and they took you to school, you feel like you disappointed them because I was supposed to be an electrical engineer and I decided otherwise. But me doing things for him financially, it's not that he asks, it's just I feel for him. I love him.
Morning, everyone. My name is Khomotso Siema. I'm the founder of Delectable Nourishment Business. So when it comes to me, even my family, they know very well. They don't approach me when it comes to money. I tell them straight, I don't have money. You know what they would do? They would talk to each other. No, you go to her. No, you go. Because they know very well I don't borrow money. Anyone knows. Even they take on credit. One from my neighborhood, they'll come to my business. They know very well. They don't take on credit. I'm very, very strict. I tell them straightforward, no. And I'm not even afraid of that. I don't even feel intimidated. I don't even feel like I'm doing something bad. And with the black tax, what I do, I just do my part. Because we are a family, I live with my sisters, so I do my part. I buy whatever needs to be bought. Whatever is remaining, I don't care. You guys will sort it out. I've done my part. That's how I live.
So for me, I've been running our household for since I was 17 in matric. Because, my mother used to, was working so hard that sometimes she was exhausted. So before then, she once showed me her salary advice because somehow I wanted her to buy me a Barbie doll. My friends had them, so we were staying, the rich gangs, and then there was us. I was the only one who didn't have those stuff. So for me to understand, she showed me that I don't have money to buy that, so this is what I earn. And then it was 1.2, an allowance for her niece for nursing school. So one time I saw my dad's salary slip. I was angry. I think that's when I started loving accounting. He had about 89,000. I was angry that from how? 89,000 to minus 300 here. So from there, as I lay in, I was an angry child. I can wanna. Reality. So that's how, we do talk about money. So to a point where I'm the one who knows what to buy and what not to buy, or how my mother spends her money. Even now, one month end, she would give me a card and then say, "You'll see what you do," and then that's it.
Interesting.
Okay, I just want to touch on one aspect. I had someone say, I don't give credits. So I have a portfolio in my business where I do give credit. Because in modeling the business, I got to realize that with some products, rather in business, you don't always make money. At times, you have to give. So yes, I'm just touching on that one. So in this giving component of the business, the model, it's modeled a razor blade model. So you're not too sure if you're going to get paid or you are going to get paid. But however, because the product is manufactured, we try to minimize cost. And because I'm in technology as well, so we manufacture detergents. So I have a new friend, thank you. Ooh. So now, because I'm also in technology and I've recently developed a prototype. So for me to introduce the technology in the market, I also have to play razor blade. So in razor blade is you now creating relationships or creating an audience, like you are saying you are in pro bono. So yes, asidlalele malini, but at times you have to sort of have your risk analysis. And as for the family, I usually keep it low with my family. I don't want my family to know what I am into. If I have responsibilities to sort, that's it. But then they should not know what I'm doing, what I'm into. They should just have an idea with something.
Yeah, there's a lady at the end of the room, and then we wrap it up after that.
Thank you. My name is Adelia. With my family, we don't talk about money. We only talk about money when they want to borrow money. And if you talk about money or you ask them about the money that you borrowed them, they get very angry. Yeah, so that's another challenge. But what I've learned is that I've got a daughter who's in high school. I'm teaching her about money. Because sometimes I'll have conversations with my mom. Would see what would happen if should anything happen to me, or God forbid I die. Yeah, and my mom will be angry. Would say, why do you talk about that? But it's because all of them, they're depending on my business. And the question that I'm asking is because I want them to be able to sustain themselves even when I'm not there. Yeah, because another challenge is that we invest a lot of money in our families, like the black tax. And we know to that money, there's no return on investment. And that's what families don't understand, because you take away from the profits and the money that's supposed to grow the business. And if there are no returns, it means the business gets affected. So those are the challenges. But teaching my daughter, because she also does the payroll, she counts with how much people are getting paid. She knows with whether the hourly rate and monthly rates, things like that. So I think there's a lot that goes with talking about money. Because even the society, when you run your own business and you get a project, like you have 5 sites that you're going to do, people start thinking you're a millionaire. You can't even go on a vacation, because if now you go on a vacation, she's spending the money. But after all, we're doing this business so that we can live better lives. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very profound. Yeah, and actually, there was just whilst you were speaking, I just remembered about this billionaire. I don't know if you guys have come across the name John D. Rockefeller. He's an American first billionaire ever. Obviously, they did a lot of businesses, oil and philanthropy and all that. But what is intriguing about that family is that it's similar to a black tax model where we do have responsibilities to help our family members, right? We can't just turn the blind eye. Maybe when it gets too much, then no. Don't talk to me. I've already tried my best, and if I help you and you're not trying to help yourself with the help, then I can't continue. But what's interesting about the Rockefeller family dynasties, when they, one of the founders, I think, Rockefeller, set up a trust, trust. I'm sure you guys, as you make more money, you're going to hear about these names and trusts and so forth, wealth protection, succession planning, how you protect and pass the wealth to the next generation. But what this old man did was that as much as he set up philanthropy to donate money, all his grandkids and their offsprings had the opportunity to go borrow money from the family. But in return, within that dynasty trust, Mr. Rockefeller then created, because he had the money already, he took out life insurance on. So this is not a Ndlovu story. You remember that Insure Kill lady. This is proper wealth creation, wealth planning. So every member, every grandchild, member of the Rockefeller family had the opportunity to borrow money from the trust. In exchange, they'll then take out life insurance on the borrower. So when he dies, let's call it $10 million, it pays back into the trust to finance other kids that need money to go to school or start businesses. So ideally, they created their own bank. And within our black communities, I'm not saying let's take out insurance on our parents and everybody else, but we can create certain funds to say, okay, we've got to Aunt Banbani and the uncle, they're unemployed, he's disabled, government grant is insufficient. We know they're going to need financial support, and they shouldn't all be coming to me. Why don't we create a fund within our family to address the black tax issue? And maybe discuss it to say, dude, if you're going to eat from this family trust or fund, you have the responsibility to pay back so that we can help the next grandchild if they are unable to help themselves. Or we can use these resources to then build our family legacy and, step out of poverty and move into different spaces. But it requires a sacrifice, right? I'm J.D. Rockefeller and I do that for my family. I'm probably not going to be the beneficiary, because then when I die, that 10 million rand is going to pay to the trust, and only my offsprings and my future dependents in the family line would then access that money. But then if you leave it to just the one individual, I mean, I see a lot of clients, they will tell him, dude, you've got 6 kids, a financed house, 2 cars. What happens when you die, like she's saying? It's like, I don't care. Buzz was born, so the guy doesn't want to insure the risk in the revenue that he was providing when he's alive. So sometimes, yes, we can be selfish because it's our money, but sometimes it takes one person to change the narrative of the entire family. And the future generations will say, they used to stay in a 2-room. I remember this family name. They're from my neighborhood. Somebody did make that action, but it needs to be in a structured manner to make sure that you are not taken advantage of. Because yes, people will take advantage of it. Yeah. I mean, social influences, I think we've already spoken much about this, social media and all that. So maybe at this point we can take, how many minutes break? Oh, you got a point. Okay. Yeah. After her, we take, how many minutes you want? 30 minutes comfort break, and we're back at 11:30 when she's done speaking.
Okay. Okay, so me and my family, we really do not talk about money. We don't put a lot of emphasis on money, like stress on money. Like we don't make it like a thing to stress about. Although we are aware that money is needed in order to pay things and live life. Yeah. So, what are your views in your family in terms of lending money? We lend money. Like, it's so easy for us to just take out money and help each other out. Even with black tax, same thing. Not that we have money, like physically, if you can open my bank account and you'll see like 6 numbers. No, but it's just we are light when it comes to money. We don't contracts. No, I don't do contracts. I just believe that you will bring it back, you know. And we just have a lot of belief in God, if I might say. And we follow the principles in the Bible that the hand that gives is the hand that will receive. And yeah, so we never put so much stress on money. If I, like looking back on work, if ever I needed work, the work that I've received, actually, I would pray about it and then it would come to me. For like UNISA, for instance, at UNISA, there was never a post. I went to the director and I said, I see a gap, can I fill the space? And he gave me the job. So I never really struggled. I don't put a lot of stress and focus, and I don't have sleepless nights when it comes to money. I am a single mother. I have a single mother, and my daughter sometimes does not have clothes, like winter, and I would just pray about it, and then I'd go on social media. I don't know, something would say, take a picture of her. I'd take a picture. Next thing Edgar's on my inbox is like, hey, we like this picture, can we I go and I she has clothes. So basically, I don't know, will I
It's
like if I have to
move, right?
yeah, like if I have to write like a and I have to say, where did I get this much water? Like, how am I gonna like put it? Am I gonna say spiritually it came? Like, how am I? You know, so yeah, I believe in miracles. Miracles happen, and that's how I base my life. Miraculously, I see miracles happen all the time. Yeah.
That was interesting, right? It's a good way to close. I mean, definitely very unique position that she's in. You know, I mean, how many of you have prayed to go to a job interview and you still didn't make it? You are blessed. Yeah, so let's take a quick break, guys, and then maybe we can refresh and come back and tackle the remainder of the program. Thank you. We're back at half past 11.
Yes, let's please be back at 11:30. There's some refreshments in the kiosk right outside. Thanks, everyone. Thank you for joining us again. So we've been joined by Noluthando from the IDC organization. She's here to share the day with us and also just to share a few words from the IDC. Please feel welcome as well afterwards just to say hello to her after the event. Let's welcome Noluthando, please.
I hope I'm loud enough. So as introduced, my name is Noluthando. I'm from the IDC. I am the monitoring and evaluation specialist at the IDC for all CSI projects. So the IDC has recently introduced M&E, which they intend to bridge a gap in the market between well-intending projects and actual sustainable impact. So we then partnered with organizations such as MyDough. So your group is the second cohort, so welcome aboard. So the initial cohort consisted, and the team will correct me, of 65 business owners, and today you guys come on board for 50. So I urge you to use this opportunity with MyDough, because when we partnered with them, we understood that they intend on equipping SMMEs with business compliance, financial literacy, business literacy, and also strategies, how businesses can amend and grow their strategies. And as someone coming from the development financing space and representing the IDC, the mandate of the IDC is to fund businesses, but our arm in government is mainly focused on industrialization. So it is only through our CSI arm that we are able to support SMMEs. And CSI, I guess the abbreviation is Corporate Social Investment, because sometimes people start telling me about cases and I'm like, no. I'm the other CSI. I am not that one. So through our social investment arm, we are able to partner with initiatives such as these. And for us as the IDC, there's a quote that resonates with me deeply. And it says, we do not rise to the level of our goals. We fall to the level of our systems. And the reason I want to urge you to pick up on notes from this session is because a lot of businesses, well-intending, great models, they struggle because they don't have systems. And it is through conversations like these and empowerment initiatives like these that you are able to learn about the importance of systems. Because systems, as much as financially people lose it when you talk about systems, because they think about all the complicated mechanisms that exist somewhere on a software. But systems are a way of doing things. And that's why it was easy for us to partner with organizations such as MyDough, because we understood it is important to teach business owners a way of doing things and understanding that there's a way that governance runs in this country. There's a way that if your business wants to operate within the arms of the law and to be sustainable, there are certain things that need to be in place. There is a way of operating financials in your business. Because when I look at the first part of your financials, it tells me about your business. Because when I look at your income statement, I'm told about the products that you sell. When I look at your cost of sales, I'm told about how you source those products, who your suppliers are. When I go to your profit, I'm told whether your business is sustainable. When I go to your gross profit margin, your operational margin tells me, are you handling your expenses correctly? So for small business owners to deter from understanding the importance of financial reporting and financial unpacking, there's no sustainability unless we understand our financials. And don't be intimidated by the jargon. It's IFRS, it's within framework. That's for other people. What you need to understand is, how does my business operate financially? How do I generate income? How do I source inputs? How do I make a profit? How do I manage my expenses? So when I look at that, I can, from your financials, you should be able to tell me that Mondays are my peak days, month ends are my peak days. If you cannot ascertain that from your financials, we're in trouble. But as we go on, and I don't want to be long because I don't know how much time I was given. So this for me was just an introduction and saying what the IDC is. But we also engage in partnerships like this, not as a bureaucratic exercise to tick the box and say we have supported so many SMMEs, but it is more to say it's a deliberate step for us to ensure that we are on lending adequate support, because there's a thin line. There's support and there's adequate support, and that line is very thin. Support says, what did we do? So we can always report back on what we did. But adequate support says, what did you need? What did the businesses that you supported, what did they need? And it is through initiatives like this that we hope to answer that we met you at your need. We met you where the gaps are. Because financial access is great, but non-financial support is just as great. So information sharing, never regard it as a tick box exercise. Use it and run with it, because it is through sessions like this that we're able to impart those small building blocks on how to run a business, on how to support a business. And we are here to say, and at the end of this session, I hope you are comforted by, and you can comfort the MyDough team by them understanding that they've met you at your need and they've closed that gap for you. And that's what we hope to achieve at the end of this conversation and at your offboarding. Because if we cannot answer if we gave you adequate support, we're in trouble, because it will trickle down in how sustainable your businesses are. So I leave with you today the importance of systems. Have a way of doing things in your business. Understand a way of doing things in your business. You do not implement systems when your business gets to a certain level. Your business gets to a certain level because you have implemented systems. I hope you understand the importance of that, and that what you are teaching today, what you are taught today, is how to go about implementing strategies, implementing financial understanding, implementing financial literacy, implementing the understanding of compliance, and you are able to build on that. Because when you invest in systems, you invest in sustainable businesses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lutando. I think that was very well spoken. Yeah, thank you also for supporting us with this cohort and on this journey that we're on MyDough as MyDough. I think obviously the whole purpose of this is for us to all not just engage with each other, but for us to all leave at the end of the program knowing that you've received support from this program that's going to assist your business to accelerate going forward. So thank you for that. I'm going to give the stage back to Edward. We're going to just go through part 2 of module 1, and yeah, after that we're going to close off. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiamo. Thank you, Nolutando. I think short and sweet, they say. And what I get from what you're saying is your right hand needs to know what the left hand is holding. You can't be looking for your handbag when the hand that it has the... Have you lost a phone and you're looking for the phone when the phone is actually in your hand? I suppose that's how I'll dumb it down. And it's very important, because literally the first person that you're going to ask for money or to invest in your business would want to see exactly how they can run the business when you're not there. But if the blueprint is in your head, it means when this head can't function, the system is down. I'm glad the lunch was very light, because typically if there was pap and steak there, the rest of the day will be gone. You're never going to hear me, but yeah, it's good. So this, what we're moving on ahead, marital regimes and finances. For me to pick up from where Nolutando left off, for me I think it would find a place in those systems that you're building. Because there will come a day when, depending on the decision you've made in this stage of your life, where there might be bottlenecks and hoops that you need to jump, or and essentially correct over time, and it costs money. I know that there was one or two ladies that spoke about family, but just show of hands, how many are married already? Okay, about what, 30%, 40%, and a few more yet to get married, I suppose. Or marry somebody, whatever the case may be. But this is very important. This is very important for a business owner to understand marital regimes in South Africa and how they will impact your business. Simply put, in South Africa, the marital regime you choose determine how your assets, income, and debt are managed during your marriage in the event of separation, divorce, or death. And I thought I must just include this. I know we're talking about psychology, psychosocial, and psychology of money, but this, for me, and I've experienced it with my clients, and it can get in the way. And I'm sure you all are aware of the first type of regime. There's about three main. Community of property, 50-50 in the event of separation, which could be the 2 Ds, divorce or death. Out of community with accrual, the one who accrues less gets half of the difference. And out of community without accrual. So these are the three major. The sub 2 regimes I didn't put, it's essentially religious, customary law. Maybe you of Muslim tradition, they've got their own laws and how they do things. But this is what you typically find if you are legally married in SA, and your customary law where they paid lobola, the uncles met, there was a list of the people that attended, and it was signed off, automatically would default to number 1, COP. And that community of property will then speak to the financial implications, right? I like that cheeky phrase, love is important than money, but have you ever paid bills with a hug? All right, so, I mean, just to speak about this, I don't know if any one of you has ever experienced or witnessed a family member, a friend, that owned a business, previously married or not even divorced or dead, but having experienced difficulty in making decisions and signing contracts off. No? We're not there yet? Okay, so some deals, I mean, like if we talk about purchase power, limited ability to transact. So there are some transactions where, and we do that a lot, when people are signing sureties, marital regime is always one of the first questions on that legal document. So if you've started this business on your own, you've put your heart and hard work in it, it's gone to a point where now we are contracting for big deals, and corporate is going to ask for this type of transactions to be signed off, right? The COP person, some cases they'll require your husband to sign on as well as a surety to that transaction because, or your partner, so to speak, purely because the business you've built, he owns 50% of that, irrespective of whether he knows what's going on. Whether I know your systems or not, by virtue of us being married in community of property, I'm a 50% shareholder and owner of those assets. Therefore, if you're going to get into an agreement that will go wrong over time, you will also affect my money. So, yeah. Where's the other mic? You can use this so long.
So I think we have been affected by the purchase power one, whereby my mom and dad were married out in community of property. So what happens is that my dad, when he died, he had credit cards and what, and then they were like, my mother should pay for them. And then we fought it because my mother didn't sign them with my father. So that's how she won that battle with these banks and other financial institutes.
Has anyone else ever experienced a similar situation where there is debt in the estate? So maybe the death situation will be a little bit different, because ideally what will then happen is that they split those assets in half, and I don't know how you managed to get out of it, because, yeah, usually she's accountable. But, yeah, it's a good outcome.
Okay. Mine is business related. So where I come from, like, it's a family of different business types. So my uncle got married in community of property with the wife. The wife then got a job, a teaching job in some public school, and did not disclose that she has a company. And they get tenders from the government. So the minute they picked that up, the business suffered a lot of strain. To a point that even now, 2 years later, the business is still struggling. It can't make ends meet. Sometimes they'd go 2 to 3 months without paying employees.
Anyone? So, and some of these things we learn along the way after, we've committed to our partners. It's not like we don't say we don't love you. We just want to protect you as well and make sure that if this event was to occur, you don't have such difficulty. And ideally, that would still continue to speak about business trading. Obviously, no one marries to divorce or marries to pass away, but these things do happen. Your partner is going to, if they go out and have many, many children and they pass on again, these guys become dependent on you. We're all speaking around COP. So what we typically see, I mean, it's always good to have that conversation before you send the malume, you send the address to your partner's malume to come, because then you'd have then made those discussions and understood the marital regimes and how they work. And I've seen a lot of our clients that want to always reverse this, because we do not all start out as entrepreneurs in life. Maybe sometimes we just stumble into this by mistake, and it becomes a very successful business, and you quit that 8 to 5. And at that point, you'd have married. So there are processes to obviously change this, but it costs money. You have to go to court, and it's a very, very tedious process. So for you guys, you're young, you're getting started, it's very important that you must always remember this aspect of your journey, your entrepreneurial journey, to make sure that you choose the right marital regime. Ideally, number 2, straightforward, the one who accrues less gets half of the difference. So if you marry me and I see your business is going somewhere, and I've always been lazy, or maybe my knees have always been problematic in winter, and baby, can I please just quit my job for 6 months, because at least you can push us through, right? And then you end up with a 20 million rand business, and I've got maybe 1 million rand in asset. So we're going to minus the 20 million that you've accrued in assets to my 1 million, and then we divide the 19 in half. So you eat in the fruits of the marriage, because then I'm staying at home and looking after the kids whilst you're going to work. So I'm essentially adding value into your hustle. And I'm entitled to what we've made together in the accrual regime. We're going to share 50-50. It's that simple. And obviously, number 3, I've heard people say what's yours is ours and what's mine is something like that, né? So without accrual, it's separate estates. You make your own money, you walk away if you have to with your own money. There's no complicated issues. Ideally, one of the best, because sometimes you find if you're a sole proprietor and your business goes in trouble and you're responsible for taxes in your personal capacity, it could affect the other partner as well. So it's not always your partner benefiting from you, but you could also cause problems for them. Yeah, I mean, if I'm just a straight guy, goes to corporate, I earn a decent salary and I'm making my own money without risk and entrepreneurship, you could create sufficient problems there, including taxes. I mean, we see when we do estate planning, there's so much tax relief for the deceased estate, where the state will allow you to only pay estate duty. It's normally a death tax that you pay, the last tax that you are liable for as a deceased taxpayer, 20% of the value above 3.5 million on your net estate. So if I've made so much money and my net estate is 10 million, the government will allow me to deduct the first 3.5 million, and then my family will then have to pay 20% on the 6.5 million that remains. So you find that sometimes when you do wills and marriages and so forth, and I choose to leave all my money to my partner, will then be transferring my 3.5 million rand deduction. Therefore, the last dying between me and my wife will only pay tax above 7 million on the net. So it's got some good benefit, how you marry, but besides how you marry, it's who you're leaving your money to. And if you do not want to leave your money directly to a natural person, someone with a pulse like myself, not a company, for instance, then we start to talk about succession. So even when you're getting started now and your business is a startup, your income is just okay, you need to also start thinking about succession. When it's all said and done, to whom will this business pass on to? And by thinking upfront now, it gives you the opportunity to put in structures and systems in place to minimize additional taxes that are payable to the heirs of your wealth, right? So over the years, as you continue in your business journey, you will hear things about Ivy Trust. It's similar to the example I was talking about with the Rockefeller family. They had a dynasty trust. In South Africa, we call them Inter Vivos Trust, or you hear others who short it for Ivy Trust. Ideally, it's a living trust. It's almost like setting up a business. And that trust will have trustees, the people that run it, the founder, probably you, and the beneficiaries being your family offsprings or philanthropy if you're going to leave the wealth to the church. So the church can be the beneficiary of the trust. Then what we then do is your current business that you've set up, we will then remove you as the director and owner of the company and replace that person with the trust. So remember, you have a spouse. When you pass away, your deceased estate will need to transfer to someone that is still alive. But the trust never dies because it comes with a legal IT number, right? So this is future thinking, guys. I'm not saying do it tomorrow. It's going to cost you a lot of money. But if you're willing to do it now, that's fine. We just need to make sure you're compliant. MyDough will help. They've got accounting. I think you can do that with them. Yeah. Is it off?
It's on now. Thanks. It's Tobeka here again. I just wanted to mention that I think it's so important and so helpful that we are talking about the marital regimes, because I don't know if it's just black people or as youth or in South Africa, it's not really something that's spoken about, that you have a choice. People just talk about getting married, it's lobola, and they don't realize that you already entered into a regime once you do lobola. So I really think it's an important thing to stress, and it's so helpful. Thank you. My husband and I got married we did an ANC with accrual. But now, I think it's a question that I have, because it took a while. The process makes it long, and it's not fun. But I think we had learned, because I know of an aunt of mine who got married in community of property. Her husband was in business, but unfortunately the business for the past 30 years has not done the right things. So her, as a woman in corporate, her name is now in bad repute. She's got a bad credit, cannot get assistance, cannot because of the husband that she is married to in community of property. So thank goodness for something like that happening close to me. My husband is in business, so I was like, nope, we need to be smart about this. I'm also going into business, so we need to not do community of property. But I then registered my company in my maiden surname. And I got married while the company was starting, but I'm still using my maiden surname for my company. So I just wanted to ask, how does it change it? When I now get my new ID with my marital surname, do I just change the name as the founder and a person who is married with an ANC? Or is there a whole other process that I have to follow? Because I'm not too clear on that.
So that's a very important question, and even high experience, I think, maybe will become more relatable. So the business, really, the name of the director doesn't really matter. I mean, these days we see systems with investment companies, insurance providers, where you haven't changed the name of your business on the odd secret document that you received. But if I put your ID number on a system sitting in my laptop, it's going to show me who your husband is. Automatically, I think Home Affairs is doing some good work in the background, and we are able to get a lot of data. And ideally, because your ID number still will remain the same, the rules of accrual will continue, the whole 50-50 and all that. Obviously, guys, I know there is modules yet to come where you're going to talk more about taxes and all. But on a high level, I just wanted to highlight how that would then impact your business depending on how you get married. And it's something that, again, once you start growing, you start seeing these questions start to come up. And sometimes if you've got confidence and belief in what you want to do and it's the only way to go about it, you need to start speaking to professionals that are well vested with the matter. I mean, we can't know it all. We all need, I personally have someone that advises me. I cannot be my own doctor. I've got clients that are doctors that will still go to another GP to go get a prescription for antibiotic, stuff like that. So, and I think sitting in rooms like this starts to open those doors for us. I mean, just before I move to the next slide, unless if someone has a comment, it just reminds me, sitting in the rooms, you know the Jewish community, those people, they move their business differently. They've got a plumber, a carpenter, a whatever within their community. And I think that's the one aspect that we're failing to do a lot as emerging businesses. And maybe sometimes it's jealousy if we go back to those odd slides. Yes, ma'am.
Just to quickly touch on divorce, I don't know if we as Black are trying to be smart and rob the system. My aunt was married to a teacher and they had financial problems. They decided to fake the divorce. I don't know how they thought of that. And get some payout, and then they can do some house
from the pension fund.
Yes, okay. And then they can do some house renovations, buy a car, or whatever their problems were. Very, very unfortunate. Just before they remarried, the husband passed away. Oh. Very, very unfortunate, and only the kids now are left with the assets, and the guy had kids outside of marriage. Very sad. She is homeless, literally, because the kids or the husband didn't like her, family issues. Be very careful when you try to rob the system. And they were very in love, and the family of the husband was like, no, you're divorced. That's all we know. The documents say. So the only way she could get out of it is if the family of the husband would write a letter to state that, the malobola, whatever the reason, they were still together. So they didn't do that, and their wife is homeless.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very unfortunate situation. So what they were trying to do, basically, so the Pension Fund Act, especially for government employees, they're not allowed to access the funds unless they either resign or divorce. And the divorce part will only apply if they are married in community of property. So it means the other spouse is entitled to half of the balance in the pension fund. So it's just unfortunate that, yeah, he passed on. Otherwise, maybe if she was marketable enough, she could have simply resigned and tried. But you'd find that some funds will not allow you to move the money. They will hold it on until you turn 55. That's why recently you guys heard about the two-pot, people were throwing two-pot money parties and all that. It's government trying to correct that type of behavior to say, okay, we're going to allow you to, for every 1,000 rand that you're investing, 1/3, so 130 rand, will go into a savings component where over time you can withdraw that portion, and we keep the 2/3 locked until you reach your retirement age. That way then we minimize people trying to do this type of gymnastics of divorcing and and quitting. But also, you also see that a lot when people are approaching retirement. Just for your own information, guys, people would then resign maybe a month before they retire because, again, the government employee pension fund has got different rules where if you die maybe within a certain period of time after retirement, I don't know if it's 5 or 10 years, thereabout, then even if you had 5 million rand in the fund, because you've worked for the state for the last 40, 50 years, your family gets squat. You understand? So some people don't want that. They'll rather resign tomorrow, get whatever little change they can get, and if they pass on whilst the money is still in their account, the kids can access the money. But then the good side about it is that if you exceed that period, that window period, then your spouses and will get income for the rest of their lives, medical aid, and so yeah, it's a catch-22. And then speaking about that again, I mean, you will see when you go into other modules that they'll probably be talking a lot about investments and how you need to put money aside for yourselves to deal with this type of emergencies where, you know, you just don't depend on hand to mouth. There must be money for emergencies and contingencies and so forth. Should we move on to the next, or was there someone that had a little comment on the marital regime? We good? Okay. Nothing from the online team? Sorry? Oh, it's off topic. Should we maybe just share the comment? Okay.
Okay, so here we have Ntebogang Murapedi. He is a founder of Delightful Workers Company. So he'd be like, good morning everyone, Delightful Workers here. I recently made a financial decision by purchasing a land for my business. So as a financial advisor coach, what is your take on that?
I'd say congratulations. We need the land. Yeah, but on a serious note, I'm not sure what the purpose of the purchase is for and what he's going to use the land for, but I think you can do a lot with land these days. Yeah, so it's a bold move. It's a long-term investment that I think is done. Again, when it comes to advice, we want to see is did he purchase the land in his name as an individual or through the company? Did he mention? No, okay. Yeah, so again, if it's in his personal capacity, there could be those tax issues and inheritance problems and so forth. And if the land is meant for business use, then it becomes a tax complication because now the individual, Edward Banda, must now charge MyDough rent to prove that, you know, they're renting the land from it. It's complicated. If the company owns it, it's equity in the company. They can use it as collateral sometimes for certain deals and borrow money to even move their business forward. So it's always good to invest in physical assets sometimes. Is there a mic that side? Oh, no?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just have a question. So you've spoken about the different marital regimes. Can you elaborate on the difference between a prenup and an antenup, and what is the purpose for if people are considering the different options?
So prenup and antenup is just one and the same thing. It's just colloquial language, I suppose. But legally it's called antenuptial contract. So nuptial is where the prenup comes from. And you have to sign that contract before you go to Home Affairs. So you cannot go to Home Affairs or receive the malumes at your homestead before you have the prenup or the antenuptial agreement. It gets signed, your lawyers will draft that for you, and they'll register it at the master's office, and you get an IT number, similar to like doing a trust. So it's done pre the marriage. You get it. So, and then between the two prenups, there will be with accrual, are we sharing the fruits of marriage, or without accrual? And the first thing we do then is to say, okay, Banda came in with 100 rand, and spouse came in with 1 million. This is excluded from inheritance should the relationship end, right? Therefore, whatever we're going to build from today, we're sharing half, but there's, of course, that calculation between the one with the least accrual. So from today moving forward, if I've now accrued 10 million and you have 5, would subtract your 5 and share the 2.5, because I'll keep my 5, which we made together, and then the remainder, the difference, you take half, so that we can level the playing field for the money we made after we signed the agreement. Yeah, but it's one and the same. I don't know if I've answered your question. We're good? Okay. All right, so moving right along. This for me, I just thought, let me throw it in. And I know we've already spoke a lot about emotions, money, fear, greed, and all that. But I thought maybe can we just get a little definition that speaks specifically to that emotional element that one would fear when dealing with money, right? And fear, many financial decisions are driven by fear. Fear of losing money, fear of not having enough for the future, or fear of making wrong financial choices. This can lead to behaviors like holding money, avoiding investments, or making overly cautious decisions that don't maximize long-term potential. So there's a lot to actually unpack in that fear statement. Because again, the holding element, and we've heard the word almost the whole day today, holding. We don't want to put it aside. We don't want to invest. Or we just want to put it under the mattress because it's safer there. We don't want to take the risk. Remember, I gave you the example about Capitec, 1,000 rand, 22 years, 2.2 million future value. So I don't know where you place yourself in fear. Are you an aggressive investor, conservative, or moderate investor? Do you ever make risky moves in your business to try and push and lift the carpet so you can unlock that potential that's lying there? Is the mic somewhere there? I think it's... sorry.
I just want to talk on fear. I think last year in Feb, I took all our savings for the business and I bought a baki because I had invoices from a client that we were working with, which we were going to get paid. And unfortunately, that client still owes us something like 200,000. They never paid. And now the business doesn't have money. We've used all our savings. We have salaries that we need to pay. I think that was the hardest lesson that I learned And for months, we were out of business because now emotionally I'm stressing. And I bought a second-hand bakkie, and then it broke. And then, yeah, I had my moment, and then I got up and I fixed everything. And I don't regret buying that bakkie because it has made things much more easy for us, because every time we had projects, we had to hire, and when you hire someone, they think you've got millions, they charge you a lot of money. So now it's easy for us to get to sites. We can have more than sites, and we know that we've got our own mode of transport. But another thing that comes with that, after you've made those kind of decisions, you have fear, and I think you also have post-stress, because now when you start making money in the business, there's always that fear. Oguti, if I make this decision, will I be back there again? And that is something that is very challenging for us as businesses. Yeah.
A very, very good learning experience, I would say. Very, very good. I mean, and already you can tell you're an aggressive investor. You know, you're not afraid. I'm sure you'll do it again, right? So they say it depends how many. It's all about how many times you can get up, right? Yeah, and we'll come across these moments in our journey. You will fall at some point, and if you do, are you afraid to get back and go back to that business that disappointed you at once upon a time, or are you gonna go look for a steady income, go back to the comfort zone? So it's a valid moment. It happens to many, many businesses. Anyone that has experienced similar? Or should we move on to guilt? Guilt, people often feel guilty when they spend on luxuries or things they aren't considered necessary. This guilt can stem from societal pressure to save or invest more, leading to restrictive spending habits. Luxuries, it's relative, right? Because I think someone did say you need to recuperate, you need to go on holiday, you need to thank yourself for pushing. And for other people that are seeing you grow every day, they think we are a comela and you're busy, you know, doing luxury. I mean, I used to be guilty when it comes to spending money. But I realize if you do not spend it, sometimes you do not have the motivation to go look for more. But again, that guilt can also prevent you from succeeding. Because again, if you are a very humble person, if you're not like her, I forgot your name, but she was fired up, right? Remember when even her family knows they do not approach. So there are people like that, so they don't feel guilty. They, you know, you go about your life because it's your hard-earned cash, right? But again, for others, it becomes motivational. So all these things, it's just a mental conscious, and it's your interpretation will differ from the next person. But again, like I said in the beginning, let's speak about it, because maybe tomorrow you're not going to feel guilty to actually go on that holiday. And show us where that you're following the sun, right? Like it's winter now, so you need to move to another region. Anyone that has felt guilty on the spending, it doesn't have to be a luxury good, because like I said, luxury is relative, right? If you shop at H&M, maybe it's luxury compared to the guy that goes to Pep. So luxury is luxury. You feeling? You good? Okay. Greed, the desire for more money can sometimes lead people to taking excessive risks or engage in unethical financial practices. Greed can fuel a desire for wealth accumulation without consideration for the long-term consequences. Isn't that deep? Your businesses do not allow you to be greedy sometimes. You don't tell them as it is. I don't know. product manufacturer. Oh, I've got a brilliant story. I'm not going to mention names, but I remember encountering one of the businessmen. They're into construction, and the work was, they do, what do you call, ready mix? Yeah. So the project manager or whoever signs off these deals, I just don't understand how that turned out, requested that they deliver those quantities at a discount like you experience, right, where your customers wanted to get one, pay one, get two. Then he went and reduced the quantity of cement or the strength of the cement that goes into the ready mix. You see that truck that pours concrete? And after the poured, so he got paid at a discount, a couple millions. And after they poured, engineers still need to come and measure the strength of that bridge or whatever they were building. And obviously didn't pass the test because the quality of the material that was used to make that ready mix was not up to the required standard. And obviously they did not pass that construction. They need to destroy and rebuild. And obviously he's supplied because his client asked for a discount, but he was not truthful to his value proposition to say, no, I can't. I've got a standard to maintain. He was, I think, greedy. He wanted the money and hoped nothing was going to go wrong, right? And you supply, then they pay you. So the fact that the material is not up to standard, what then happens? There's no payment. And you wanted to go to court, blah, blah, blah. But there were legal documents, again, that were signed to say this is the MPH, whatever quantity and quality that we need. So sometimes you get tempted in business to cut corners, which is very unethical. And maybe you might get away with it over time, or you might actually not get away with it at all. So again, when we're making these business decisions or anything around money, again, greed. I mean, there's people that buy knockoff products, and someone did speak about that, and they want her to repair the brand. I think, yeah, am I correct? They buy a knockoff, and then they come to your business requesting for a repair, or even original. Yeah, so there's a lot of that, and I think the lesson here is to say, stick to your value proposition, and if the money is not coming in as quickly as it should or as you expect it, it will come through over time. Yeah. Unless there's anyone that has a greedy, you can relate.
During COVID, so most of us were not working, and there was an upliftment program for female DJs because now people would go to groove but putting masks on. So I thought, hey, this would be something great to do, you know, maybe I'd get some money there because I can't train, it's COVID. So I went and I did the upliftment program. They gave me a DJ kit. Now I'm like, now it's time to go, but now I need to go and DJ in the club. And my spirit was like, girl, that's not you. You are not, yeah, you're not a DJ. Like, so yeah, I can relate with that. So now I have this DJ thing, it's sitting there, and I'm just, yeah. I'm not even a DJ, it's sitting there. So I relate when it comes to greed. You know, I felt like it's an opportunity, it's music, Moss. But now it's more than music. You need to entertain the crowd. You need to know music, my piano. You even have to dress the attire. So for me, it was a total out of, like, I would be stepping out of my comfort zone and adopting a different character. So, yeah, I had to sit with myself and be like, this is greed now. Yeah, it's not for me. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that's very important. And these things, we actually see them and we can feel. You know, your gut will tell you, this is not my business. But because you want the money, you want to get paid, and because it's been slow, you know, you're forced to do it, and it's got consequences at times. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to add in terms of greed. I think in the construction space, we meet a lot of people that are greedy. I'll make an example of a recent project that we did in Orange Farm where we were appointed to build 2 classrooms for a school. And when we're at the last phase where now they were appointing companies, the SGB came to ask if they're going to recommend us and things like that. And now they had a figure that they wanted from the project, and they said they want 100,000. And I was like, okay, you want 100,000? Let me go do my own calculations and costing and everything. And when I went back to the SGP and told them, you guys cannot have 100,000 because the budget you have is for 2 years back. And then the guys went to the Department of Education and things like that to report me. I don't want to give them money. But what I've learned over the years is that we should never compromise on our business just because of we want to give people money, because that's what happens to a lot of construction companies. You sit on a table and you agree to a certain figure with someone, and you don't even know how much is the project going to cost you. And once you're there, you don't have any means but to finish that project. And we're fortunate enough, out of all the projects that are in Region G and Orange Farm, we're the only contractor to finish. Because even the department, they came and then they said, Gucci, they're going to use this as a reference for other contractors to come and see. But as much as we finished the project, we didn't make enough profits like we thought we would. But because of we did a good job and it gives us a reference, it's one of the lessons that we take. At times, we even let go of some of the projects because we always want to have projects, we want to have work, and we think all the money that comes in, it's money. But some, they will compromise you because you'll be in a position where now your reputation is damaged.
There's a lady over there. Oh, further at the bottom. At the bottom. Oh.
So I just want to share my experience with greed. So when I started out, I started a non-profit organization. It was during the time of COVID. So the core of the business was disability justice and inclusion trainings. And because of how things were playing out during the COVID time, you would find that your DSD knocks, at your organization, and they're like, this is how much we are willing to give you. But in this money that we are going to give you, you need to know that from this grant that we are going to grant you, 25% of that money goes somewhere. And the question from my side was, but how am I going to report on this? Because at the end of this grant, I need to be able to report and show how the money was used and everything else. And that lady was just like, don't worry, we'll get you a bookkeeper meaning your financials will be sorted. And I did not take that opportunity, and I passed it. And then other, young people or other organizations jumped and they took that, because I think during COVID there was a lot of uncertainty. So people took that, and now people are starting to face the music because the maths it's not meeting. And I could have been one of those people if I had just thought in the moment and said, yeah, at least we'll have, some financial muscle to get through this period. So I think it's also very important, as you are running an institution, to think about the amount of work you've put in to actually get your business or your brand to get to a certain point, and not just lose it over, it's just 25,000. It's not just going to be 25,000. The next time they give you another grant, they want 50,000. The next time, the amount keeps going up. And if you allow it with one institution, then you are now there to go to person. Why Health will come and they say, that one, very easy.
Just pass the mic over there. I'm not sure she wants to add on. I think they probably have processes to whistle blow.
No.
So in terms of this, I think people in the development financing space think people don't associate with each other. So there's a term that we use which is called double dipping. And some entrepreneurs, I don't think they understand it. Because you find, and we understand the basis maybe of the applications. So they would then apply to maybe 3 DFIs for the same ask, which is fair because there's no guarantee we will give you. So maybe another DFI might have looser requirements and they give you. So cast your net, we promote that. However, some of them then get lucky to maybe go through the process with both of them. And now, you know, when they say as you grow older, you realize there's a gray. So people now start operating in gray. And when we now review, we operate in black and white because we've got mandates. So a person gets their 1 million from the NEF, let's call it. And now the process is also running with the IDC. And they get the other 1 million. But now it was for the same ask. And some of them do not do the same thing with it. So maybe you wanted machinery and a vehicle. And then NEF said, no, we'll give you for machinery, but we won't give you for a vehicle. Then you go to the ITC and you take the ITC money, which was for machinery, and you now direct it towards the vehicle. One day when sitting in rooms, someone will say, no, I funded that business. For what? No, I also funded them on the same thing. Then it's called double dipping. And you now blacklisted. So some things, even though the intention was not that, whatever becomes the outcome, you'll be blacklisted. There are organizations now which had the greatest intent, but because of that gray area, and you can account, they used it for something else. But what was on paper and what you did are 2 different things. And that's grounds for fraud, especially with DFIs. It's very iffy in the space because we report to government. So it's those gray areas where people must really understand. You'd rather say to the ITC, I've received money for the NF for X, but I still need operational capital. So that they amend your application so that you're able to move away from that gray area. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Very valid.
Okay, so for me it was great. So I'm on, like, my business is on Google. So LPC called me, that lady called me, like the practice council of law. And then they were like, hi, we're looking for small businesses to do our catering, we want to support them. Okay, I can do it. I then sent a quotation and I charged myself, first of all. And then on the terms and conditions, and then I told that lady they have to pay 60% of their money as deposit. And then she returned back to me and then said, no, we can't pay you 60%. Our rules say we should pay 50%. Okay. Sharp, I didn't have enough cash flow in my bank. So they were using Absa and I was using FNB. So their money is going to reflect the next day. Or even worse, it was weekend, so it was going to reflect on Monday. Ask my sister to borrow me money and then I'll pay on Monday. Okay, sharp. She gave me the money on Saturday. I went to buy my stock, had a shortfall, and then she added another funds, but there were some things that I couldn't get. So, you know, I usually say, when you are not cooking with your whole heart, you can feel it from the food that people are eating. Went and delivered the food. It was late, first of all. The person who was supposed to come and deliver the food didn't come on time. So they had to come and fetch their food. So they decreased the amount from the money that they had to pay. I didn't deliver the dessert for them, so they also had to deduct that money from there. So I made a loss and then couldn't pay my sister her money.
And you can hear, guys. I mean, I know a lot of you guys have so many stories to tell about what you've done around greed. You don't want to come out, but it's real. I mean, it's happening, right? And that could be the end of your dream and your career. You know, like in financial services, obviously, we're supposed to go along with the deal. If you're doing money laundering, I'll take your money and submit the deal. and then we blow the whistle behind the scene. Because if I fail to blow the whistle, then I'm the one that's committing a crime. So even in your industries that you operate, just try to understand the help that's out there. I think there are blueprints on how you can blow these whistles. So you get a clean slate, and then out of that, sometimes goodwill always multiplies, right? You'd like it to get more. You are gonna, did I?
Thank you. Hi, guys. My name is Lungile Mkhize. I'm the director of Lungile Poultry Farm. My company produces eggs. So we produce about 10,000, sometimes 15,000 eggs per day. So we supply to ShopRite, sometimes Spar, sometimes your small companies, and our local wholesalers as well. So I think this year, everyone saw in the news that there was a little bit of a shortage in terms of maize in the country. And I knew that somewhere, somehow, we were going to be affected. And it came a time when the main supplier was like, okay, guys, I'm facing a bit of a challenge with sourcing maize. And also, there's a bit of quite rains that have been coming in South Africa, I think, for the past month or so. There were a lot of rains. So those who go to the farms and they take the maize out could not go because it's wet. It's completely wet. Even the trucks and everything can't get in. So we were at a serious shortage. So I think mainly per week they deliver about 10 to 15 tons of feed. And so in the past week they delivered, I think, about 10. So we were like 5 short. And I said, okay, everyone is going to receive just this much and this much and this, so that everybody's sorted out. So the minute that we receive any maize supply or extra, we will make sure that we cover the shortage before time. So I was expecting my next delivery, I think, in about, let's say, they've given me 10 ton now. In a week or about 7 days, I have to get another. So I'm on the 5th day now, and it's 2 days left. And I'm like, no, guys, a ton per day costs me almost about 5,500. That's how much they eat, 5,500 every day. I'm like, no. You know what, if I can just maybe squeeze the feed a bit, maybe not give 10 bags to this batch, let me give maybe 8, just for this week, because I can't go back to another supplier and go look for feed. That means I will be spending a lot of money on this 10 ton plus extra. Oh, did I see flames? With just 1 day or 2 days of just nipping the feed on my chickens, the egg decrease was flat. Instead of receiving the most of like 10,000 that we are receiving, we received about 8,000. So the whole 2,000 was lost. And it doesn't recover in a day. It takes about 4 or 5 days, almost a week, that you can get back. So instead of me just having had paid that 1 ton or 20 bags that I use per day, I think it would have been 2 tons or 3 tons that I could have went somewhere to another supplier, paid 15,000 for them, and then fed the feed. Instead, I lost 2,000 times 2 rand times 7 days. Yeah, so that was, I saw myself that, you know what, in this space you were very greedy. Never do that next time. You can't cheat a chicken.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I mean, greed is expensive, like you've heard. I mean, yeah, it's very. I thought you were going to say you held back the eggs so that the price can go up, and then you put them back on the market. But yeah, the chicken taught you a cheeky lesson. They're humans. They know what's going on. And essentially, all this is just all about psychology of money, right? So, and you don't need to be an expert to understand this, because these are the lives we're living. We're busy cheating chickens. Or and so forth, right? And we're seeing it from other businesses. And I think the lesson here is to say, if that moment was to approach your business door, you gotta be ready to, prevent these things from happening, so that at least you are able to move on. Money and mental health, and I think purely from these experiences, it could then equally affect our mental health. I think you agree financial challenges are one of the leading causes of stress, anxiety, and depression. Research has shown that financial insecurity can negatively affect mental health, making it harder for people to make rational decisions and plan for the future. Sometimes it happens, or maybe most of the time. And we say on the flip side, a sense of financial security, such as having a safety net or clear financial goals, can reduce stress and contribute to the overall well-being. And then for me, the flip side, it's all about planning. You need to have a plan in place, probably written down, ideally, and not in your head. Because sometimes you plan today after you've had 2 glasses of wine, and tomorrow you forget. Or maybe you go for a jog. All right, let's not just blame the alcohol. I don't know who, if you guys can relate, but do you feel anxious, depressed, stressed whenever there is no money, or are you motivated to go out and look for more money? Do you become a bull when there's no money, and you work harder in your business, and it's both? Yeah. Do you want to share more? It depends. What depends? I heard you say it depends.
I'm so scared. Like literally, I'm so scared. Of people in general. Hi everyone. My name is Namitsikhang, and I am the founder of Mabono K Capital Holdings, and I'm a baker. And it depends in terms of, okay, let's say it's a thing of, surely I don't need anything to buy. So I don't have too much stress. Like I don't have a goal. So therefore I'm not in need of money. So I'm very chill. And then there comes a thing, and then I need to just have money to buy that selective thing. So that is why I'm saying it depends for me. So yeah.
That's good. So sometimes the hunger for money is maybe the it depends that she's talking about. Because I've seen or heard, or seen wills actually. I think we did one 2 weeks ago. And the parent does not leave the money to the kids until they've achieved these sort of goals. The one guy wants the children to only inherit the money when they're 50. I mean, it's a couple millions, right? They need the money now. And we've seen scenarios where people layer the money to say 21 or first degree or finish this. And the reason, common reasons we hear is, I don't want to take away the hunger from my kids, because I've given them a silver spoon at an early age. Sometimes they might not want to go out there and fight for it and continue with the family legacy. Yeah. So again, you need to be, sometimes you are comfortable with what you have, or you've got more anger.
Okay.
Okay. In terms of the greed part of it, I would love to refer what I'm going to say to the situation that happens in retail. So we all understand that your bread clothes, your shop, your clothing outlets, they rely more on credit consumers than they favor credit consumers more than they favor cash consumers. So on my greed aspect, I did not say I sell one and get one free. I said I operate on a razor blade model. A razor blade model can either be a model where it's a credit kind of like a model. So I'm not too sure if I'm going to get paid or not. So that is with the detergents. Take for instance, if I sign up for a contract, I supply schools as well. If I sign up for a contract with a school, a school is also an entity. I don't know if they're going to pay my invoice. If 70%, 80% given that chance, if they do, I don't know when. And also, in terms of the technology, because my technology targets your supermarkets and your shopping outlets, the retail sector, for them to know what I do and what the technology is about, I'm not going to push the product in the market. I'm going to first create what we call an access to the market. So maybe, for instance, I tell them that you can use this technology for a year for free. And then after having tested its feasibility, that's when I can subscribe it, or then I can sell it, or rather have it revenue streamed on sales. So that's called a razor blade. It's a risk model. Though it does have some sort of greed, I've never seen an entrepreneur that does not have an element of. Thank you.
She's an aggressive investor, which is good. You need it sometimes. That's the only way you can cross the fence faster. Or you fall a lot more quicker, depending on which side of the coin that investment deal goes. Yeah, and overcoming financial stress and bias. I just put a little crib notes for you guys. Mindful spending. It's always difficult, I'm sure. Be aware of.
Sorry, Edward, we've got a comment over here. She was
sorry. You can go ahead.
No problem, no problem.
We're back on grid, or we here now?
You were mentioning about how do we, for example, if we don't have money in our accounts, and we mentioned whether it depends, like our motivation to acquire money. So my comment was based on that.
Okay.
Hi guys, my name is Tsogofatso, founder of a company called a brand called Clean Now, dedicated basically to helping people overcome procrastination. So we're saying do it now, clean now. So just like the ladies here, I do manufacture detergent. So I'll make an example when I say it depends. And this was previously before I gave my father my financial situation, because I would use money from the business for example, my daughter and so forth. And so I'll make an example when I say it depends. Let's say I'm motivated to making more money. If during the week my daughter would need something else from school, and I'm like, no, because I've got ingredients, maybe for example, to make a hand cleaner grit. This is for mechanics. So they use it to remove grease on their hands. And then I know, okay, yes, around the area in Soweto, I can literally finish that 25 liters by going from one mechanic to another. Let me tell you, by the end of the week or second week, I know I would have made all the money that I need. So, for example, I've learned that depending on what the need is on that particular week, my motivation is different. And then I've got times where, for example, I'm a woman and I'm going through some mental block or hormones or whatever that is going on, because it does affect. Then sometimes I'm just not sort of motivated, even when I can see in my bank account there's none or zilch. But yeah, slowly, surely, I feel like I'm overcoming that to saying, actually, this is your 9 to 5. Treat the business like a 9 to 5. Don't say because today I'm not working. No, if it means you have to make sure from 8 until 5 o'clock you're doing something else, that's exactly what I try. Let me say that, try to do. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and that's important. I think everyone needs a lift up, right? We're not superhuman, so those moments do come where you really don't want to even open the curtain.
How do you deal with customers who feel like they're entitled to discounts? You know what happens? Like, I give discounts to people who support me most of the time. Like, I think 3 months back, I had a friend who said to me, he has a training, like he's a coach, business coach. He has training for about 5 people. I should make sandwich for him. I did, and he did pay me on time. So this other one does events, and she wants scones and platters. So like she wants 5 liters, 5 liters of scones. So I told her, no, they're not gonna be enough for the people you wanna cater for. Because in 5 liters, there are about 16 scones. No, I want them to be 30 or something. No, it is impossible. 5 liter and 5 kgs are not the same sizes. Because 5 liter, you're weighing the volume, and the 5 kg, you're weighing the weight. Yes, so she ended up being offended when I tell her, you can go and look for platters that are cheap at Checkers, but with me, I'd rather have quality instead of going. Because, like I said, I run the household at home, so I know which supply is best and which one is not. Because sometimes these people, like there's a butchery in the CBD, what they do is that they repackage their meat, and then once you buy it, you cook it, and then I didn't say more. So that's something like that. So I don't want to be rude and tell them, no, you're not my target market.
So for me, I think in my personal capacity, if I was to answer that, it depends on the relationship you have with the client. But it also, there's a lot of it depends in here, because sometimes maybe that one client, if the discount is worth it, maybe you do it because you're hoping to land the bigger project. But sometimes if it's not worth it and you've got a good relationship to communicate with this client, you can sit them down and just break it down to them. I mean, how am I supposed to live if I'm going to spend 90% of the money that you want to produce this good? And this is my checklist. It means that now you are stealing from me. So they need to understand that if they want to walk away because they cannot afford your price, it's not because you do not want to give them the discount. It's because you're offering a service, and that service comes with overheads that you need to meet in order for you to be there tomorrow and reservice them. But also, you find it's business. Maybe that guy is just like my brother. They like to negotiate. So maybe you need to push, and you come at a compromise. Sometimes they take it for granted. Sorry, you need a mic there, then we can move to the next. Yeah, then maybe you walk away from those. You can't take it all. Yeah.
So I think with discounts, one thing entrepreneurs must understand is that discounts are recognized as a loss in your income statement. So if something is 10 Rand and you decide to sell it for 5 Rand, you need to recognize that as a loss in your income statement, as an expense, because in your, the thing is, we did accounting in high school, so they would teach you owner's equity. So then in owner's equity, income is a plus and expense is a minus. So if something was 10 Rand, we assume there's a price associated with that 10 Rand. There's an input cost. Sometimes there's a way we must view our business that must make it easier for you to turn away a customer. Because the customer comes to your business because they have a need, but until you are certain in what your business does and why it does it, you're going to encounter a problem. So I've had the benefit of working with really grassroots entrepreneurs, and they struggle with understanding what their business does. And that's why in any day, in any event, I will always emphasize systems. Because if you do not know how to price, you are going to struggle. We go on TikTok pages where people were debating a bucket of scones. And someone is saying, my bucket of scones are 980. And people said, no, in my hood, buckets of scones are 500 Rand. And she said, good luck to them, because I don't know where they are buying. But what I'm getting to is, not all money is good money. That's the first rule you must establish. Some money, and this thing of potential, of saying, if I give to you, you will unlock, it's going to cause a problem for you. So unless something makes sense to you and your business, usually how a discount or the basis of a discount is there's something called economies of scale. I don't want to be too jargon-based or too technical. But economies of scale say this bottle produces 5 things, But in these 5 things, I'm left with a half of another. So chances are, if I don't sell this whole bottle, I'm going to be left with this half that I don't know what to do with. So if you buy 1.5, if you buy 2, I must be able to take that half and that other half. That would have been a loss. So you now are saving me from all these losses that I would have to incur. So let's say whatever is left has 2 more days, and then it's spoiled. But because you now want 5, and I usually get 1, I will give you, because I will give you 2 from this bottle, but I can also combine those little. So things must make sense to you when you grant a discount. So you can't just grant a discount because you had good vibes with someone, like the conversation was great. So I will give you more. So if you feel as though the quantity you are buying is far above what people usually buy, and because of you, I'm going to gain economies of scale. So I won't need to throw away 10, maybe I'll just throw away 4. So thank you for that. Therefore, I give you a discount. So don't be taken by these influencer models where everything is a discount. You go on TikTok, every second product is discounted. You are going to run a loss-making model. Sometimes the traffic is not worth it. Pace your business, build it up, your clients will come. But if you want to build numbers before you build clients, you are going to run the case of, no, I saw it, it's 3 rand cheaper there. Then you say, kindly go there for now, because I can't afford 3 rand cheaper, because it hits my margin. So if my scones are 900 rand, my ingredients are 700 rand. So if you want 500 rand scones, go to the person who buys ingredients for 500 rand. So you need to understand your business and sit down and have a true conversation. So these are my parting words, because I've got an engagement now. So what about these ones? Are they out of the quoted rates, or rather what's on the market, or what's They are something called niche markets. So there are particular people that will buy expensive things, knowing very well they're expensive. If I want a Amaxhosa skirt, I know that that skirt is nearly 15,000 out of what a regular skirt with a similar look, but I know what I want from my Amaxhosa skirt. So I will go. So what Latuma gets from 2 clients is what someone gets from 20. So you need to decide, do you want the 20 or do you want the 2? And if you can survive on the 20, because his garments, he doesn't need to have traffic outside the door. But some stores need traffic outside the door. So he knows what he sells. So that's why I say it comes back to understanding your market. You can't not do what your market wants, because you're not going to be profitable. But you must also identify who your market is, so that your customers can have a tailor-made experience. Because even, I don't want to quote, but cheap products, people want a tailor-made experience for their products. A way that a Spaza shop sells things is tailor-made for their market. But a way that Woolies sells things is tailor-made for their market. So if they want to sell umleqwa for 300 rand, they know people who come buy umleqwa for 300 rand. You can go and buy yours for 130. So be comfortable in turning away people that will affect your margins. It's not the customers that will make your business sustainable. It's your margins that will make your business sustainable.
Well put. Nice parting shot. Thank you for visiting. We'll see you tomorrow again, ne? Yeah, she's got to run. But ideally, guys, I mean, if you look at what is remaining on the slide, financial therapy, I mean, it will cost you money to speak to a professional about, well, you sit on an expensive couch, air-conditioned office. Who's done therapy before? You go see a shrink. A lot of that, right? It costs money. It doesn't come cheap. And for now, if you can't afford, then you just need to find somebody, like-minded people to speak to about money, and that's therapy. And I think that's what we're doing here. And that will solve a lot of problems. I'm just worried about time, and I want us to spend a bit of, okay, so it's just about 2 slides to go. But here, for me, I think you're going to tackle more of this when you guys do the budgeting stuff, but not sure if you've heard about the 50-20 rule. So it's basically a budget principle, very popular budgeting guideline. Oh, there's a question online.
Hi, everyone. Well, it's not a question online, but it's a question that I have. Well, since people have stated that I've seen not a lot of hands, people have went to therapy. So you, as the financial advisor, you're here to guide them, right? So my question is, what mental habits would you best advise them while facing stressful months or slow down on their businesses, so that it can prevent from them selling or giving away their business?
So for me, that question is more, I would rephrase it as, how do we handle risk of business continuity? And the vehicles we use is to mitigate that risk. So if I do, like standing here, whatever we've been talking about is not financial advice. I need to do what is called a financial needs analysis, understand the client we're speaking to, and the various risks that exist within their portfolio. And from there, we can then address those issues. I mean, if you open enough, a lot of people never open up. I mean, you only find out stuff 3 years, 5 years down the line after you've developed a relationship and the guy is now comfortable with you. He invites you to his house, he opens a garage, there's a Lamborghini Urus, there's this and that. Or worst case scenario, you try to commit suicide 5 times. You know, but if someone opens up, we then identify, okay, what are the risks around your habits and your business and so forth, and how can we then mitigate this type of risk? And that's why you find that when you continue with this journey, there's elements where we talk about insurance. What type of insurance do you need in your business to mitigate that risk? I mean, I, for one, in our business, we've got what is called overhead business expense. So we insure the key individuals in the business, the directors, and the sales guys that are really powerful hitters. And we know we cannot lose Ubongani, because if Bongani is sick for a month, our revenue is going to drop. So what do? We insure Bongani's production. So even you as a director, if you're going to need to go to the mountain for a month or 2 for psychic evaluation, or you get involved in an accident and you can't work, you can't direct, you can't move the ship, you then need to have an insurance policy. So insurance is basically a risk transfer. I think majority of us do not understand that concept. Ideally, if I cannot afford to be down from work, what do? If that event happens, I'm going to pay a premium to somebody that can carry my risk. So if my revenue is 100 grand a month to pay for the office, to pay staff salaries, and pay myself a salary, and I'm the key individual, then we insure the risk and problem solved. If it doesn't happen, the insurance wins. If it does, and if it happens for the whole year, 2 years you can't work, the business will continue. And if you are not there to do it, you then hire the right person qualified to come in your shoes and do exactly what you were doing whilst you are recovering and so forth. That's why you see CEOs and directors of the companies can afford to take sabbaticals. They'll go away for the whole year. Others just go to study or whatever, you know. It means your business is reached at a level where every tick and dot there's a solution for every potential problem. I'm not sure if I answer that. Business interruption. Yes. So it will cover the director. So they can see the money that you're making. And if you're the brainchild of that money, and the taxi driver decides not to stop at the robot, and you need to do physio for the next 6 months.
Because
Or what if the client that visits your office trips and falls and breaks and they take you to court? Yeah, so it's just risk mitigation. And when you do a financial needs analysis, you can talk about these things. And if you are open enough, then we'll start seeing loopholes. Yeah, it's not like someone is just, well, there are people that want you to just buy the policy. What it does for you, nobody cares. But you do get good people that are going to tell you, I think if this was to go wrong tomorrow, this could be the end of your business. And you've got orders, you've got clients that are waiting for you to deliver, right? And even when you're not greedy, you know, calamity can change the direction.
Insurance for a day to cover your goods in transit, because should anything happen, you will lose whatever that you're carrying in the car. So it's just an information that some people are not aware, or they think they don't need, but you know, anything can happen.
And there could be someone also whose business is to take your product. So they know once a month there are boxes that leave this place. We want what's in the box. And it's beyond your control, right? So you could be in good health, but you lose your stock. So, and I suppose that will be covered extensively when you guys talk about insurance and investments and all that. 50, 20, 30 rule. Anyone heard of this? Anyone applies this in their budget? Or maybe do you actually have a written budget on a month-to-month basis? Should be the question. Not everyone. Or it's in, you just keep it in your head. You know what needs to be done. Rent, utilities, groceries, this and that. Then it's done. So the best is, obviously, if you're always short with money, there's a lot of budget templates online these days. Some come with calculators. You don't even need to pay for them. Where if you've set up what you're going to spend this month, you can go back at the end of the month and reconcile before you get to a point where you can hire an accountant to do it for you. I think you also want to learn. She needs a mic. You also want to experience it before the money becomes bigger, right? So when your accountant is speaking to you, you can understand what's going on. But I would like us to just speak around this for a minute or two. Yeah.
Thank you. I think one thing that's important that I've seen with a few entrepreneurs is they actually mix the business finances with their own. You really have to be disciplined and strict with yourself to actually separate the two, because you'll see people swiping groceries through the business account, a whole lot of things that if you're going to a bank and you're asking for money, that could end up being detrimental and work against you. So it's quite important. Even if you're applying this 50-20 rule, it's to your personal finances and also to the business, and knowing how to separate the two.
Very valid. And ideally, by doing so, you can already see what's key. The 20% we reserve for discretionary money that, that's on the 30% where you want to spoil yourself and all. But between the 50, you can see what I've noted there, right? Insurance is one of them to answer the question that you had asked there in terms of risk mitigation. Rent, mortgage, essential expenses. And then you can do this in your personal and even apply it for the business, because even business can have wasteful expenditure, right? We all lie that, you know, when you go on a Friday, if I'm going to spend a few bucks from my business account on drinks, and I'll just make it up that I was entertaining customers. But you find that your business does not have customers that come to you. Maybe you're just delivering detergent and cleaning products to the school. So which customers? You know, but you do fine. But I know for sure there are businesses that do not do that type of service. Oh, that's hectic. That's dangerous. So when it comes to insurance, that's why you on your vehicle insurance, actually, if you have an accident at odd hours, would ask for bank statements sometimes to validate where the money is being spent. And if there was money spent at a pub prior to, or you can start putting two and two together, and depending on the client profile, they put in forensics. There's cameras everywhere these days. They'll find you.
Okay, I have a question. So, is it wrong to buy my stuff lunch maybe at KFC or McDonald's using my business card?
It's like saying, is it wrong to provide tea in the office? It's a business expense. You need to think the workhorses, right? I mean, if I was to use that word, it sounds so bad, but you need to thank them. I mean, come on, we all do staff lunches. There's an expense that MyDough has spent here for buying us muffins. It's not wrong. And maybe when you buy more KFC, you get more production from them. I remember when I was a sales manager many years ago in a call center, I think Clientele or Discovery. We used to buy Fridays, a lot of booze, a lot of vouchers, Nando's and all, power hour. You make one sale now, within an hour, you get a full Nando's chicken. It's an incentive. And if you're a philanthropist like her, why not? Buy them food. The one company I work for, we used to have catering to bring lunch for the staff. Yeah, I don't think that's money laundering. It's because they could just say that the lunch, they could just say the lunch was 10 grand a month when they're spending 1,000 rand. I'm not saying what I'm saying, but but guys, is this table clear? I know we're running out of time, and I just want to move with speed. I don't know, isn't petty cash? I think the MyDough guys would answer those properly. They're accountants, these people. They know the numbers. But if I can think of back in the days, they would send the secretary to go withdraw cash for petty cash in the office. Because some costs you can't, or e-wallet, and you need cash on hand. If it's too much, then you need to insure the cash, because someone will know. They'll whistle blow. My boss keeps 100 grand. Minimum petty cash in our office, then you get unwanted visitors. Yeah. All right, 50-20, you get it. And I think this is the last slide about delayed gratification. The ability to delay gratification is a crucial aspect of healthy financial behavior. Those who can delay immediate satisfaction of spending money for the future reward of saving or investing are more likely to achieve financial success. Do you guys know the difference between saving and investing? Yeah, so saving, ideally, we're doing short-term, quick, I need, or maybe it's your emergency money, and when you're investing, like the gentleman that sent a comment online that he bought land, is investing, I'm sure, for the long term to do that. But this is a very intriguing experiment, the marshmallow experiment. It was conducted by a psychologist, 1960s actually, yeah. So children were given a choice to eat one marshmallow immediately or wait and receive two later. The ability to delay gratification was strongly likened to greater success later in life, including higher academic achievements and healthier financial habits. So this is Stanford University. They had like a little preschool sort of university for little kids. And they followed these kids after doing these type of experiments. And evidently, the guys that sometimes you gotta be patient, don't be greedy, don't nyima the chickens. What was that? Don't starve the chickens. Because you want a quick 10. You still want your 8,000 eggs. Yeah, sometimes if there's little, then maybe only get new chicken graduates or students up the cycle. Yeah, but this basically means for everyone in business, some of us, we charge a small fee. If I do an investment deal, maybe I take 1%. So if you're going to give me 1,000 Rand a month, my commission is 10 Rand. Right, so, and you don't get to meet people with $1 million or 5 million or 10 million or 20 million to make the higher numbers. But those 10 Rands after 20 years, and you are consistent, helping your clients, building the business, at some point, you can afford to follow the sun. Because when the 10 Rand becomes $1 million, we're now making 10,000 bucks on the one client that we took with 1,000. That's just my personal journey example, 18 years doing financial planning. And sometimes you also get satisfaction when you see your clients happy and they're achieving their outcomes if you're more in the service industry. But even when you see your product actually breaking boundaries, moving overseas, doing major things, and all that takes time. That's why sometimes you got to reinvest back into your business and not want to eat the money now. And then you hear people say, but what if I die before I get to eat the money? Yeah. So the question that answers that is ideally the 30% on your wants. So within your budget, you need to be careful to be able to reward yourself. So if you're paying yourself 10 grand, out of that 10,000, you're going to say, all right, I'm going to put aside 500 bucks or a grand. Maybe it's going to take me 3 years for me to afford that holiday to Bali. Then do it. But don't go and chow the profit that you probably want to reinvest back. That's just my own opinion. For some people, when you chow the profit, like you'd wake up stronger tomorrow to try and do it again. But I think everything starts with the budget. And if you budget carefully, there will be money. I know money is always there. It's just wasteful expenditure. And I like what Capitec is doing. Because I think at the end, you're going to get a summary of how much you spend on booze in a particular month. And then that is going to help manage this behavior psychology. I know Discovery does that. FNB does that. Yeah. Yeah. So interact with those tools. It's a cheaper way of understanding the psychology of money. Because over time, they're going to... and again, what banks do is they make money using our money, right? So if you keep more money in your bank account, she's going to go borrow 100 grand and they'll charge her, she'll pay back 240. So because they're preventing you from spending more money on booze, it stays in the bank account to help her so she can help them. Vicious cycle, right? To obviously make profits. But yeah, sometimes think about this. Are you willing to wait for the business to really take off before you can eat? Or if you want to eat now, put it in your budget so it's work hands in hand and you can just continue growing the business and all that. Practical applications. It's straightforward. We need to be educated about finances, which is what MyDough is doing. Great initiative with IDC coming on board. And we need to understand the behavior of economics. Sounds about it. Okay, I leave you with that. Nah? Understanding the psychology of money can lead to better financial decisions, improved well-being and healthier relationships with money. By recognizing the emotional and cognitive factors at play, people can become more self-aware and break free from unhealthy financial patterns. And do you feel like any of these psychological factors have impacted your own financial habits? You can ask yourself this question every day or whenever you've got a quiet moment, but always good to think about it, because then that's how you fix it. Yeah. Are there any questions I know we've interacted. The audience was amazing, Tiamo. super powerful. Everyone wants to chip in.
Do we have any final comments, maybe from the room? Not at all. Ooh, here we go.
I just want to say thank you for this amazing session. I think it's one of a kind because once you start hearing financial education, you're thinking you're going to do numbers and things like that. And this session was quite interesting because we had to talk about things that we face in our day-to-day lives. So I just want to say thank you. And this whole session has made me realize that it's very important as an entrepreneur to know the value that you bring so that we can have that financial freedom that we want. Because sometimes we're afraid of turning business away. It's because we don't really value ourselves that much. But if I'm selling something for 200 rands and someone is selling it for 150, I think the 200, it's because I know my value and what I'm able to give to the customer. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you so much for that. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you so much, Edward. I think that has been a very great, informative, let me use this mic, very informative session. And with saying that, I want to say thank you for grounding us in what truly matters, which is things, not just the theory of money, but the way that we think about it, the way that we feel about money, and the way that we carry the pressure and expectations that we have from our family and friends in our lives. So thank you so much for that. So as we just reflect on today's launch, I just want to touch a little bit on the rollout of the program and what you guys should expect going forward. So today we covered Module 1, which is essentially the psychological factors that impact our spending behaviors. So that covers, or it's a reminder that the financial choices that we made, like he said, you're not making vacuum decisions. One decision that you make here impacts another part of your life. So that's the first part. On the 11th of June, which is upcoming, we're going to have our second session, which is going to be facilitated by Boitumelo. So Boitumelo is here as well. She is a senior lecturer at UJ. And yeah, I'm very excited for the sessions you guys are going to have with her. So the second module, which is module 2, it's going to cover handling your personal and business finances. So I know someone had said it's a great thing we didn't talk about money. We actually are going to talk about numbers in these sessions. So that's coming up. So module 2, we're going to talk about understanding your income, your expenses, your assets, choosing the right kind of bank accounts, understanding tax, creating your personal and business budgets as well. So that's going to be very, very informative. This third module, we're going to talk about comprehending debt, expenses, and your credit. So that's going to help you understand the different types of debt and credit that's available to you and what's applicable for your personal business. Learning what your consumer rights are. I think that's a very, important topic. And understanding your credit score, debt counseling. So that's going to be, again, very informative session. We're very excited with Boitumelo. And then on the 17th of June, in the following week, we're going to do modules 4 and 5. Again, facilitated by Boitumelo. So all of these modules are going to be facilitated online. In the coming days, we're going to send everyone calendar blockers and links as well for you guys to attend. So in those modules, module 4 is going to be about budgeting and your expense management. So how do you prioritize the things that you want from the things that you actually do need? How do you plan for your spending? And also, how do you build an emergency fund as well? And just setting financial goals for your business. So again, Very excited for you to develop for those conversations. Module 5, we're going to talk about investment strategies and financial products that are available to you and your business. So that's, I think we've touched a little bit on that. So like the difference between saving and investment. What's the difference between that? Exploring the different types of investments that are available to you and understanding the difference between risk and reward. So very, very exciting conversations. This was, I think, a very great foundation. So thank you so much, Edward. And thank you again to each and every single person that's attending today. I just want to say thank you, not just for attending, but for actually really engaging. I think you can tell in the room that each and every single person, you know, really wanted to be a part of the conversation and actually had very thoughtful questions that they had. I don't know about you, but I really started to think about my own personal finances after this. So that is great. Thank you so much, Edward. So before I hand off to Tabelo, who is our director, just to close us off, I just want to make 2 announcements. So after the session is done and Tabelo has spoken, can we please head to the right, my right, your left, at the back of the room where the MyDough banner is. We just want to take a group picture of everyone, please. And then as well as when you entered, I'm sure Kulu let you know that there's a Lemmy registration table at the back. Please make sure that you register for Lemmy. It's an amazing platform where it can help you grow your business. We've got a marketplace, we've got an e-commerce, we've got templates for your business. So very informative stuff that we've got. Please chat to Mlu. I wanted to give him a session to talk, but we've run out of time. So please go have a chat to Mlu at the back. And then as well as we're going to have lunch just now. So lunch is going to be served in the restaurant area. We've got some seats reserved for all of you. So please join us for lunch. And before you leave, please grab a gift bag. We've put together a little thank you to each and every single person that is here. Thank you so much for joining us. I am very, very excited to be a part of this program. So I'm managing this program. I'm going to be in contact with all of you. Please feel more than welcome to reach out to me at any point. And thank you for coming. If Tabelo could please just join us on stage. Let's welcome her, please.
What a beautiful morning, Edward. Thank you so much. I think this is a beautiful precursor of the detail now that we're going to be talking about, right? I think I've learned over so many years working with entrepreneurs. I'm an entrepreneur myself. And one of the biggest things that I've learned is get the help. Raise your hand. Do not be shy. Because you'll die alone, you know. I always say, guys, people have problems, eh? By 3, we have forgotten who said what. That's life. But, you know, our commitment at MyDough is to say, we want to support you, grow your company sustainably, to become successful. I meant it earlier when I said the future of this economy is in here. I really did. You know, you're the people that will be employing young people in your communities. You'll be the people that will be building new habits in your families, leaving generational wealth for your children and your families and the philanthropy. We should believe that, right? And for us to get to that point, we need to equip ourselves with information, intentionally so. So thank you first and foremost for braving the weather and coming here and being committed and having the conversation, right? So thank you so much. And what's more important as we start this journey together is staying the course. It's doing. What sets us apart from people that are not succeeding in life is just doing. It's literally just doing. Witumela is great. I think for those that are not seeing Witumela, just hi. Yes. A brilliant mind in accounts and finances. She'll be taking us through those, like Tiama has mentioned. But now those would need your commitment. Let's get into the business, right? So this session was great because it's us saying, let's now start thinking about finances. What are the decisions or the influences that we have on how we grew up around money are impacting the way we make decisions for our business. Are we hoarding money and not investing it back because we're scared? Or are we spending it all on the KFCs? You know, so these are very important conversations. And I implore that when we have those sessions, the way we've been engaging here, guys, let's talk. Ask the question, you know, so that we leave the room as better people and better businesses. And that's what MyDough is about. There's no stupid question. There is no, my company is making a loss and I don't know, and no, that's what we want. Because at the end of this journey, what we want to see is you making the right financial decisions for your businesses, budgeting right, understanding your costing, saying no to clients that are going to just take everything out of you and you end up making a loss, staying stagnant in your business for 10 years and you have nothing to show for it. We live in those circumstances, right? So that's why we're here. So like I think Tiama has mentioned, those are the models that we're going to go through. But beyond that, we're going to have sessions individually with yourselves to unpack the compliance and where your business is so that we then help you with that. Yeah. So please take that up. If you are not sure about the SARSs, please, those sessions, tell us, right? So we help you sort it out. If your bookkeeping is not in order, please, that's why we're here. That's what we're going to help you with, right? So we're going to have that. We're going to have a sort of a webinar as well, where we unpack the different products that the IDC offers. And the reason why that is important is we want you to, like Edward mentioned earlier, be ready, understand what IDC offers you, right? So that when you're building your business, you're able to find your place in how IDC can support you. Or if you're in a place where they can fund you, you then take up that process. So we're going to have that session as well with the full IDC team where they tell us about all the products that they're offering and the support that they're offering for women. They've got women programs in there and also products in different sectors. So last but not least, we've got Lemi. We are going to have a special session for that. So Ulemi is our LinkedIn for entrepreneurs, guys. Agari LinkedIn is for the professionals. We have ours that supports us as entrepreneurs to run our business on a daily basis, to grow our business where we give you work opportunities. We send you work opportunities like every day. I think it's already 12. I think I would have received an email already of tenders or RFQs or private sector work in my industry so that we help you as well as you go out to sell. You're able to meet other entrepreneurs and other collaborators in there as well. So it's a world for entrepreneurs, and we have built it in-house with you guys. So everything that you talk about here, the challenges that you've been raising and the frustrations, that's how we're building Lemi and the solutions there so that we help you in a journey post even the program so that you have a family beyond the program. The people you're seeing here, after 12 months, you're still going to meet them somewhere. You're also going to be engaging with them in the platform as well. So Mlu will have a session with us online to actually onboard you there, to show you where and how to use the platform. Literally, you will invoice, you will code, you don't have to buy another software, all of that is in there. And courtesy of IDC, you all get the premium package for free. Yeah. Yes. So it's got so many things that, yeah, I'll spend another hour to explain, but Mlu will take us through that so that you start managing your business better, more professionally. You can get help, you can learn in different topics. So thank you so much for the commitment, more than anything, for coming here and starting the journey with us. We have an open door policy. If you need anything, we are here. Tiamo, as like you mentioned, will be running the program, but I'm here. Pemizi, unfortunately, is not feeling well. She had to leave. And everyone with a MyDough t-shirt is here to help you. Send an email. There's a number you can call. If you don't understand anything, please, guys, we are here. to answer any question. If you're frustrated, we're also here to support and help you. So thank you so much, everyone, for making it. Edward, we really appreciate you. I'm already thinking in my mind, I'm like, well, we are women, we want to think about wealth, so you must come tell us about those products that we need to plan for, right? We are living generational wealth, right? Thank you so much. Let's go have lunch.
Thank you, everybody. That marks the end of our session. Please remember to visit Mlu on the right, register on Lemmy. On the left-hand side is a gift bag. Please grab one. Lunch is served in the restaurant. Thanks, everyone. And a group picture, please, before you have lunch. Let's go to the right for a group picture, please. The restaurant, okay, so when you walked in, you were at reception. When you're at reception, just on the right-hand side is the restaurant.